Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu. I'm the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and welcome to the stream. Today we are going to be playing vTUBLE, which is a VTuber guessing game. So if you're familiar with, what was it, Pokédol? The one with Pokemon? It's pretty similar. Which of course is inspired a little bit by Wordle, the word guessing game. But we do have a bunch more parameters to work with here. Welcome in, everyone. 529 Mario, welcome in. And yes, thank you for reminding me. We do have a cover that came out just an hour ago, which I now have a command for, as of a few minutes ago. There it is. Yeah, we covered Habangway Buhai by Afterimage on the Melodica. Normally, the covers that I do are with me playing all the instruments, but I figured I wouldn't be able to do the piano justice for this one, so I took a piano track from Galileo's Seeds instead. But if you do want to send me instruments to use on covers where we do end up doing the entire thing, you can. I do have a throne with a bunch of instruments on it, and if you do one, we can put that into the next one. I always like to try to put in as many instruments as we can. But anyway, today is vTuble. As the pinned comment says, I am allowing myself to look things up because if I don't, we're going to be stuck here for a while. Because I've been playing this for a few weeks, and it's been very enjoyable. But also, I tend to get in a state where I get a certain number of clues, and it feels like I should know who this might be. And I end up sitting there for a while, and that's good for keeping the guesses down, but it's not good for stream. So we are going to allow myself to look things up. This game is made by Cyber, who has no repos public. But yeah, we do have this, and we do have the encyclopedia of VTubers that are in the database here. So that'll be helpful. And it takes the data from HoloList and the VTuber wiki. So we have that at our disposal for today. And also Twitch and YouTube, the creators' channels. I have not done today's, but I will not be starting with today's. I will be entering. I will be shuffling the days around. We have archives going all the way back to April 1st. So we're going to take at least 25 dates. I don't know if we're going to end up playing all 25, but at least 20. We're going to have, random.org allows you to have up to 25 random dates, so we're just going to max this out so we don't have to generate more. And we'll have it generate random dates between or across the entire archive. So we should have plenty to work with today. If you all want to play this yourself, or try to follow along with your own guesses, you can check that out there. And I will be telling you which dates we're doing as we do them. So let's generate these dates. Okay, I don't know about this this distribution here, but I'm going to then randomize this. Go to streaming. Cat shuff. Because I don't want to play these all in order like this. No, we're gonna do less. Actually, we're not gonna do less. We're going to put this in order.txt so I don't accidentally lose it. I'm going to shuffle this, and then we're going to scratch order.txt. Alright, so we're going to start with June 30. June 30 is going to be our first one. No, maybe I should start a poll actually. How well do you know your VTubers? How much of a VTuber fan are you? I can do yes or no. That'd be kind of funny. I watch lots. I watch a few. Only watch VTubers. Alright, poll. Then we'll do this on Twitch as well. See what our I apparently YouTube allows you Control Z to undo things in the poll interface, and it does things in a weird order. Okay, I'm gonna have to retype that out. One moment. So how much VTuber fan are I watch many. I watch a few. I only watch one. And it, okay, you know, I don't watch any. I don't watch VTubers. Okay. And do the same thing for Twitch. If I had known I would be doing this, I would have set this up earlier. Let's go 10 minutes. Alright, we'll see what our audience is like here. I know I am a particularly big fan of VTubers. I've been keeping up. I was first introduced with Kizuna Ai back in 2016, 2017. Then fell off a little bit until All Live English came in 2020, and then been full steam ahead since then. Of course, now being a VTuber myself, although ever since I became a VTuber, I've been on and off with watching VTubers. It's a common thing where VTubers don't have time to watch other VTubers, but I don't know, I think I may have found a balance by this point. Okay, so yeah, June 30 is the first one. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So usually Glenn will come in and watch one, and you can probably guess who that is. Yes, I know for you, you watch me. I was actually thinking of putting I watch Penbu, but I didn't want to assume. Alright. Nina Ninin, Nina Sawatome, a Twitch streamer. Friend of Eggy's, actually. Active, debut, it's 2020. Independent, Girls FC here. Dutch, knows Dutch and English, streams on Twitch. Female, humanoid, 47k, 158. Ooh, I'm going to be in the way. I'll have to think about this. Brown hair, Pisces. So, to explain what these all mean, so the red ones with the X's means that this is not what our target is. So they're not Dutch, they're not female. The blue ones mean, the blue ones are the ones that they are, so they are active, they are an indie, they are Twitch only, and they are humanoids. The yellow ones are partial, so in this case they either speak English or they speak Dutch. Probably English in this case. And the orange ones with the arrows tell you which direction the target attribute is. So in this case, they debuted after 2020, or in this case, they have less than 47k followers and subscribers, and taller than 5'2". You can't see that behind me. And then for I need to find a good position. I think I'm going to move down. Where is this? So it's a little bit difficult to find things in OBS. Can I do this? Why are the Dutch involved here? Oh, some of the VTubers are Dutch. I guess this will have to do for now. Okay. Did I guess a Dutch VTuber first? I rolled a Dutch VTuber first. Usually for the first one, I like to roll, because on average you will get the average VTuber across multiple sessions. But I know some people who play this stick with one specific VTuber all the time, and I don't like to do that unless I am confident that the VTuber I pick is generally good for the data set. And I haven't crawled through the data set to figure out who that might be. But anyway, unfortunately, we're looking at an indie, and if you look over here, we go to the indie tab here. Independent, 488. Can you see this, by the way? I can make this bigger if necessary. However, this gives us a clue. So this one is the unit, which means they're not in a unit. They're simply by themselves. And we know that they're male. Or at least non-female. There are some non-binary folks in here. So somebody who streams only on Twitch, which is the majority... Actually, no, I wouldn't say the majority, because a lot of VTubers nowadays dual stream like I do. But a lot of them are at least streaming on Twitch. So I don't think that's really going to narrow things down too much. But we do have non-female. So we can look through this list here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this because we're probably going to need this eventually. Because looking through just this small window is not great. Come on. Now, the vast majority of VTubers in this database are female. So if we can narrow it down to... If we can eliminate the ones who are female, it should give us a set for who is non-female. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Pull up Vim here. I don't know if you can see this well, but what proportion of the pool of possible VTubers are indie? That's a little bit hard to say, because I don't actually know how many VTubers are in here in total, and you can't just add up all the numbers because some of the VTubers show up in multiple categories, because they might be an indie and then also happen to be in a unit, or a corporate VTuber might be signed up to multiple agencies. So it's not as simple as just adding up all the numbers here, but I will say that the number 480 or whatever it was, almost 500, is vastly outnumbers any of the individual numbers that are on here. So it's quite a lot. Alright, so going through here. Eye Candy is female, or non-binary. So you could be. However, brown hair, I don't think so. Aiken Chacha Maru, I think is female. Aishii is female. Akane Jun is male, but not purely independent. Akari Teru is female. Akatsuki Hotaru, former corpo. Akiachi Margo is female. So chances are you will have an indie VTuber. Yeah, a lot of the days here are indies. Akuma no Tsubasa is male, but not humanoid. He's a little blob thing here, green blob. Aku Miawi is female. Yoclush is female. Alacursor is female. Just gonna skip down here until I find a male VTuber here. Berrybug, Bimten, Bodega. There's a lot of familiar names in here. Bonnie Barkswell, Buff Pop, Cake Jumper. Do you actually know most of these names? I at least recognize a lot of these, or most of these names. Some of them I've come to learn because I've been playing this game for a few weeks now. But some of them have just been from exposure because I've been in the VTuber space for several years. Celadon, Server, Charlotte Suzu, where are we getting here? It's kind of hard to find in the sea of females. Core of Midas. I don't think it's male. Maybe. Core of Midas. I'm pretty sure is not. Yeah, female independent here. I'm gonna make that a little bigger. Sayu. Sayu is male and might actually fit. The following might be. Yeah, let's give it a shot. I think Sayu might be possibly an answer. We're looking for a male or non-binary, yes. Alright. Alright, because he's part of Mystic Talent. So active. Okay, alright, I guess we're looking for non-binary. Well. Actually, you know what? I remember doing this, and then I remember not getting the answer yet, so I guess this is actually a day that I haven't done yet. Alright, so this one's going to be fairly new. I got up to 2 on this day and then left it because I didn't want to waste more time on it. So yeah, we're looking for non-binary. Alright, the Twitch poll just ended. We got 1 who watches a few. I'm going to end the poll on YouTube. We got 50% watch many, and 25% watch a few, and 25% watch only one. I'm going to guess that's the 25% are ones, and we got 2s on the 50%. Oh yeah, whole complete 4 votes, yeah. Okay. So we got a bit of a spread here. Narrows it down. Yeah, it does narrow it down. The problem is that it's kind of difficult to find people in the sea. Like you're finding a needle in the haystack. So it does narrow it down, but some of the VTubers are not obviously non-binary. Like for example, eye candy. So in a way, this actually increases the search space a little bit, right? Because if you were looking at just this, I don't know. I would assume that they're probably a female VTuber, but that's not the case. Now, humanoid. I mean, they're an AI rather. We're going to guess NB VTubers are fewer than male VTubers. I would say likely yes, but I don't have the stats for that. Are you allowing database category searches? Yeah. So as the pinned message says, I'm going to allow myself to look things up, because if we don't, we're going to be stuck here. So Australian, which I guess we would have found out there. But yeah, iCandy streams to both YouTube and Twitch. Maybe not actually. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't fit there, because they have to be streaming regularly to a platform to count. So we might. I don't think iCandy actually fits here, but it's worth checking. Oh right, and I didn't actually look at the debut date, so there's that. Oh, you're part of Ichiban. I didn't know that. And Summer Wonder, yes, welcome in. Also part of Ichiban. Yeah. Yeah, Construct AI. There we go. Yeah. At least we know the hair is not that. So we're looking for somebody with brown, well, a little bit darker than brown, or rather a little bit closer to brown, so maybe orange. This thing is calculated by, measured by Euclidean distance in OK loud color space converted to a percentage. So if that means anything to any of you. I will not be going over color theory in this stream here. Now, I feel like I'm going to roll again, just to see who else we might get. Oh, well, it's kind of useless because we already know they're not corpo. Is there a category walker here in the... No. So the only thing you have is a list of VTubers categorized by organization. That's all we have. Oh, but here in the VTuber wiki, we do have categories here that we can go through. But I remember going through this, and I didn't. When I was doing this on the day, I couldn't actually find anything. You could search the wiki for non-binary VTubers. Yeah, so it's exactly this. However, a lot of these aren't actually in the VTUBLE database. So, Novagloss is in the database, but part of WebCore, so that doesn't count. There's Cloverina, but they're part of Vivaria. There is... I'm inclined to just skip this one, actually. Jewel, I think, is in the database. But I think they might be a cat. Also Sagittarius, we're looking for Pisces. That's no good. Liv is not on here. Licorice Dreams. No. I have a suspicion that they're probably not on this page. Europa is. Affiliated with Atelier Live, and that is a unit in this database, so no. WW is part of Nichisanji. Ragdoll, no. Ria, no. Eris. I probably spelled that wrong though. But I also don't think that's I don't think that's it. Analog Whiskers. Angel Online I actually do recognize. I was in they were part of the what do you call it? The Super Streamer lobby. I think I was actually in a voice call with them. But they are not in this database. Make this bigger? Make this a little bigger. Nanri? Not here. Nami Sakana. Sakana. No. Nobuyu. No. Otohime. Nope. Can you search for Pisces VTubers and cross-reference? We could. I think we should be able to. Possibly not. I don't see anything in here. Okay, I'm inclined to roll again. Rolling after the first two isn't really useful. Because then you end up with a lot of parameters that just aren't useful. Okay, but we have narrowed it down. It is somebody who debuted in late 2021 or early 2022. Which I have a rough idea just looking at the name of when people have debuted. The site helps you keep track of criteria. Yeah. Sometimes it's not particularly helpful, but most of the time it is fairly accurate. Okay, hold on. So we do have other, whatever other means. It could also be non-human, like genderless. I don't know if we have any genderless ones here. LXOX is in the database. However, English only, but not Australian or American. Brit. Could be a Brit. This one, they stream to Twitch and YouTube. They are also tourists, so it doesn't count. There's unnamed Yusan, who streams to YouTube only. PFP. I'm pretty sure they stream to YouTube. If I'm not mistaken. But also, I think they also count as former corpo as part of this, and they're also part of a unit, so there's that. Why is this one the first one that we had to start with? Is there any point in rolling anymore? Because we have pretty much everything that we need here, except for the nationality. Okay, so if we're looking for a Brit, we're going to do one that narrows them down. I know Rin Penrose is British. We're gonna see. Not British. Now we're getting closer to hair color though. That's one I gave up on very hard, yeah. Okay, we're gonna see the hint. The hint's usually not useful, but in this case, turns out it is the Dominican Republic. Do I know any VTubers from the Dominican Republic? I feel like I have a vague recollection of someone, but no one's actually coming to mind. That is a searchable thing, maybe. I mean, we can just do a Dominican Republic VTuber, but it feels like cheating. Dominican Republic. Don't know about the wiki, but there's other VTuber sites. Yeah, so we have, we do have HoloList available to us as, oh, actually, they do have a category here. So, I don't know what is DR? ISO country codes, 2 letters. It is DO. Assuming they actually stick to that. Alright. So, we've got some people here. I have not heard of any of these. Zoi Tsuki. Nope, Shikatsuki is not that one. That's soy milk. Shimpi. Ooh, I don't think any of these are in here. Yeah, none here. Also not just deal with English only, yeah. So, this one isn't... evidently not useful. Do we just keep rolling? Can we at least get a hair color? Okay, hold on. So we're looking for somebody with dark hair color. Holo is something site that... Yeah, so HoloList is the one where this site takes some of its data from. There is also V2B, but I don't know how much of that database is on there. So v2b. I don't remember what the domain is. .com. I am a little bit hesitant to use this because it's not one of the ones that's on... that's listed on as a source for this one, but also they do take suggestions. They do take suggestions, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean that they're from these 2 sites. So, yeah. Okay, so let's say. So I think they also do have a country thing here. Hold on, I know Yui's Canadian. UEIX, and I know Canada. Dominican. None of these are in here either. Dead. Wait. No, this one isn't in there. Okay. We will continue rolling because I have no other... Well, we could go down the list and look at hair colors, which is something that I've done before. But I hate doing that for the indies list because it's so large. Yeah, it could be Dominican _ Republic or thing. We're gonna Dominican Republic sites vtub.com. Because this might have it in a different Dominican. Where does that even show up? Since it was Canada rather than Canadian. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on. Let's undo that. No, but then this has Swedish. I suspect that it's all freeform. We saw them already. We saw them. They're all the same people. All right. Well, we continue rolling, I guess, because I don't recognize anyone here as coming from the country. Or in the hopes that we have more information. Alright, we're looking for somebody who's exactly 29k on Twitch. Which doesn't help very much. Because there's... We're gonna roll again. I think someone who... Actually, no. I play this with 2 other people. And I don't think either of them actually managed to get it. Okay, so we got somebody with brown hair. I remember seeing somebody with this kind of brown hair in this list somewhere. However, that's a huge list. What is Margot? Is it? I thought Margot... I'm pretty sure Margot identifies as female. But I actually don't know. Oh, but also, yeah, she's part of Joshko Productions, so that doesn't count. All right, I think we're just gonna give up on this one. Okay, we got another hint. Beer. Do I know any VTubers who have this as their Oshi mark? Jack, welcome in. I only hang around a minute. I want to see VTuber Rainbow in action. I don't think I'm as good as him, but well, we'll see. We ended up with a really hard first one. So somebody who has the drinking mugs or the beer mugs as an Oshi mark, who none of those come to mind. From the Dominican Republic, Twitch only, English only, fully independent, debuted sometime in 2022, who's still active. Is other, and is human. It's 29k followers on Twitch. Whatever this ends up being, you know, as for somebody who's Canadian, I actually don't use we don't use centimeters for height unless it's government stuff. We use feet and inches. Someone with brownish hair and who's Pisces. Non-binary independent VTuber from the Dominican Republic who only streams on Twitch and in English and likes beer. Yeah, who... Surely somebody here pops out as somebody who... Hold on, did I see... No, I did not. Okay. No, actually, I don't recognize anyone here who has this. Okay, so we're just gonna keep rolling. I don't expect to possibly hit them, but you never know. Yeah, I think we're giving up on this one because this list is too long, and yeah, it's too long. Hold on, I don't recognize this. No, the hair is too light. I feel like we should maybe do our due diligence and just go down the list and look at hair colors, but at the same time, this is the first one. I'd rather not waste time on this one when we have more things that we can do better. All right, last one. Absolute last chance to look at this list and find somebody who might be here. Somebody whose name suggests maybe some sort of drinking stuff. I'm not seeing anything. Actually, no, I'm not seeing anything. It feels like I should know who this is, but we're gonna find out that I don't. All right, we're gonna give up. So there it is for the first one. Who is this? I looked at their name. I didn't think this. Okay. I did actually look them up at some point because of a previous day, but this I guess this makes sense. All right, let's see who this is. Bond 73p. His virtual YouTuber, currently unaffiliated. They're also recognized by their username Bond73p. Bankrupt idol producer, join me see draw and drink the night away. There it is. All right, well, good to know. Good to know. Members of BCs are very special, or I missed this from several minutes ago, but special case where they count as ex corpo. So actually, VTUBLE, I will show you what they show up as in the database. So, for example, PFP will show up as being part of former B Shoujo, which is kind of correct, but also kind of not, depending on how you look at it. But that's how they are listed in the database. They're listed as female on the wiki. Yeah, so one thing you'll find out about this this game is that the database has a lot of inconsistencies in it. So for example, one very glaring thing in the database is that you have Aoi Tokimori, who is former Prison Project, and you also have Tokimori Aoi, who's supposed to be the same person, but you have different data for the two entries. In the same manner, Iku Hoshifuri, also former Prison Project, and Hoshifuri Iku also has two entries, also with different stuff in the database. So sometimes you can't actually trust this data to be correct. So Cyber, if you're watching this, please have somebody go through and normalize your data, because it does affect gameplay. Anyway, that was hard. Of course, we had to go for that for the first one. And Bon actually was down here, so if we had gone through and checked the hair colors, we probably would have gotten to them. And it also seems one entry is better than the other for the same person. Yeah. So some of this is having some meta strategies here and knowing what the database has. Yeah. Okay. So the next one on our list is June 6th. We're gonna go back. If you want to follow along, we're doing June 6th. And we roll for the first one. Alright, so not Hololive, not Holostars. We have a gen, which means this is very likely a corpo, but it's a corpo without any branches. There are only a few of those here. Want to go to dinner? Thanks for streaming. All right, thanks for dropping by, and if you want to learn more about VTubers, the VOD's going to be here. But enjoy your dinner. Active, somebody who's debuted after 2019, but that's a lot of them, so that doesn't really help too much. Not Japanese. Some English, some Japanese is probably going to be paired with English. Going to be YouTube and likely Twitch. Not male, not humanoids. Got under 383k. And maybe shorter, but that's fairly common for female VTubers. And hair of somewhere around this color. Quite a bit away, but we'll see. So if we're looking at VTubers, we're looking probably at English VTubers, English VTuber corpos. We do have to rule out whether they're in indie or not. But some of the ones who aren't, who are still active and don't have a branch, there's gonna be ones that are say VNU, vformerai, vallure, and vreverie. Although we only have one person listed in here. vshoujo has branches. Nijisanji has branches. Cyberlive did not have branches, but I don't expect anyone to be there because all three of these ended up going to corpos later on. Idol has branches, or used to anyway. Glitch Stars does not have branches, so they're an option too. Globy, I think technically doesn't have branches. Hololive does, and I think those are all the ones that are worth looking at. Oh, Mythos does not have branches either. Okay, Nexus as well. I think we got a few of these. Space Connect does have branches. They have Ian and JP. So now we just got to choose something. Someone who's not humanoid, but otherwise we can just go with anyone here. So who's more likely to be in here? I'm not sure. So we can go with someone who's in vformerai. We can look for somebody who is, maybe pick somebody who's American or possibly close to American. So we're looking for somebody who can speak Japanese, which narrows things down a little bit. And streams to YouTube and Twitch. Actually, that narrows things down a bit more, because vformerai doesn't tend to stream. Oh, do they? I'm actually not sure. VNU, I'm pretty sure typically does not. Although that may have changed in more recent years. Stellarverse Productions also actually. Oh yeah, here's another inconsistency. We have Stellarverse Productions, and then we have Stellarverse Productions SVP with the rest of the talents here. Which means if you hit one of these, you aren't getting any of these as a hint, and vice versa. SVA is also an option because they stream to Twitch. Some of them also stream to YouTube. Yomi Quinley, who actually I don't think speaks Japanese. But also we're looking for somebody who is greater than Gen 2, so that actually narrows things down quite a bit too. Because we only have a few agencies who fits that. For example, Mythos, I think has more than 2 gens, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so we have more than 2 gens here. So we're looking for somebody who's in a later one, who's still active. But Dionit, but they're not even in here. Okay. The other agencies who we have here, vReverie doesn't have enough in the database for them to count. vAllure has had 2 gens, I think. Yeah, just 2 gens, so they're not on the table. v4Mirai has had enough gens for this. Because their first gen was 2 people, and the second gen... Oh yeah, they have 5 now. They have 5 now, okay. I was actually looking at Aowu, because I think she does speak Japanese. Maybe. I know she speaks Chinese. And we're not looking for a humanoid though, so that... But also, wait a minute, did you even stream to Twitch? You do, and you are currently live. I know you definitely streamed to YouTube, because I was there for your debut. Alright, so we'll give that a shot. And we'll see. Definitely fits a lot of the options here. Alright, so we're looking for somebody who is lower than Gen 5, or earlier than Gen 5, earlier than 2025, unknown nationality, which may or may not mean something. Both Twitch and YouTube, so we got that. So we're closing v4Mirai because it's not anyone from there. V&U is a possibility, but again, I think they all stream to YouTube. V&U also has fewer... well, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. V&U does have fewer gens. So if we're looking at somebody who out of here speaks Japanese, and somebody who's not graduated. Which actually I don't recognize anyone here as fitting the bill, so maybe not V&U. Cinderia. Oh no, everyone's too old. Actually no, not necessarily, because 2019 is... Cinderia was one of the first VTuber agencies out here in the West. So if you're looking for anyone who's old and English, they're one of the ones to consider. But I don't think it's any of them. Prism Project has enough gens, but I don't... Did any of them stream to YouTube? I think... Kamishiro Ritsa streams to just YouTube. Alright, never mind. I thought you also streamed to Twitch. Maybe we're not looking for anyone here. But it is still possible to find it, to be looking for an indie. I think we said no to Mythos. We have Globy. Gotta get something for myself. Thanks for the stream. Alright, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, we'll be here for a little bit. Cloud9. Are we looking at just... Yeah, Globy is dead. They have been dissolved. I don't remember why, but everyone who was in there thankfully got to keep their IPs, as I recall. So they're now indies, but they get to keep their own personas. Oh, hold on. Okay, I think we just need to start narrowing down the affiliations here. Is it worth looking at VNU? Is it worth looking at... What's the other... Trying to remember what the... what was... No, Raki Kazuki was VNU. No, right? Or are they someone else? Pixel Link. Pixel Link, that's what it was. Pixel Link is also gone. Brave needed to cut back after overextending themselves. Yeah, that makes sense, because Brave Group's strategy was acquire all the things and hope one of them succeeds. Now, Pixel Link debuted in 2023. Yeah, 2023. Yeah, because I remember they were around before I debuted. So I debuted in October 2023. So it could be one of them. They're all now indies. I think most of them got in their IP. Some of them didn't, but they got to leave a pointer to their new personas. However, most of these people also stream to YouTube only. We have Kana Yanagi, so I guess we can. You don't speak Japanese. I don't think she does. Okay, so we've eliminated a bunch of things. So, not a former indie, not Glitch Stars, not Pixel Link. Later than 2024, and is either Gen 2 or Gen 4. Actually, we know that's not Gen 2, so it has to be a Gen 4. And it's going to be English and Japanese. We already know that. That's the intersection here. YouTube and Twitch. Still don't know the species though. But we're looking for somebody with darker hair colors. So there are only a few agencies here that have a Gen 4. So we're looking at Gen 4 and no branch, so that still leaves out Phase Connect, even though actually Phase Connect doesn't even have Gen 4, so never mind about that. Prism Project did have a Gen 4. And some of these people are still active. You're not an on, I'm pretty sure, still active. Saranaga is no longer active, and I don't know about you. FaZe does have Gen 4 Saga. Saga counts Gen 4? Oh yeah, no, you're right, they do, yeah. Yes, you're right. You stream only to YouTube, so you don't count. So we're gonna know it's not somebody from. Actually, we don't know that they're not in VNU. So VNU, Gen 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere in Hello Land. I don't think it's DK Grace. I don't think DK Grace streams on Twitch. Yeah, you're YouTube only. I don't think it's any of you either. We already know it's not light haired, so I don't think it's Mizma. Also YouTube only. And also YouTube only. Are these even still active? VLure only had 2 gens. Am I just missing? Oh, Production Kawaii. No, but none of these are Gen 4, I think. I mean, is that correct? Reina Sun. Who streams to YouTube only. Production Kawaii did have enough. Oh, they did not. Yes, they did. But these are Gen 4s. And I don't think any of them are here. So it is not you. We already figured out it's not Prison Project. And I think we said it wasn't Mythos. I wonder if I just if I may have glossed over 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't think any of these are. Also, yeah, May 10th, 2026. That's too new. I have a feeling I may have just glossed over the the correct organization here. I'm gonna check Globee just in case. Yeah, they did not have enough gens for this. Glitch Stars, we already know is not it because of that. We can close this. Chroma Shift has branches. Because they have, or at least they used to have EN and ES, and I think the database still reflects that. Okay, I must be missing something because I've gone through the organizations and I haven't found anyone. So we know they're not from Pixel Link because we have everyone is former Pixel Link. And it's not that. So is it someone from Prison Project? But we know. We know it can't be because Prison Project only had in Gen 4. I mean, I guess we can. No, but Nagara doesn't stream anymore. Last time she streamed was... Yeah, there you go, like 11 months ago. So that would count as a hiatus here. Now I said the production quite doesn't count because they don't have the VTubers in the database. Cinderia is too old. V did it. Has only 2 gens, and only one of them is, I think only one or two? Anyway, they only have 2 gens. There's VNU, but none of them matched. The V4 Mirai, we said no. V Allure didn't have enough gens. Because they only had 2? Yeah, they only had 2. Okay, I'm going to roll again because I cannot think of who... So we are looking at somebody who's... Oh, wait a minute. I've been misreading this. This makes a lot of sense. Hold up. So we are looking at someone who's in a branch company. But we know it's going to be Phase Connect because this is that. And we've... it's... independent former, or not independent former, so I guess we're looking at somebody in Phase Saga. Phase Connect. Phase Dash Connect, because they have a dash in their name. Alright. We have 6 people to work with. We're looking for somebody who speaks both English and Japanese, who also streams to both Twitch and YouTube. Not humanoids. And with dark hair. There aren't a lot of those here. We're looking at Anya. Do you speak Japanese? Well, it's worth a shot. But also, we're looking for somebody who... we don't have Mammal here, so... worth a shot. Alright, so we know we're at least in the correct unit here. Before January 17, and I don't remember what their order was. Not American. And not dark hair. Maybe I was remembering the wrong thing. Which means... Non-Symphonia. There we go. That took way too long. This is actually one of the ones that I do remember doing. But yeah, back when I was back when I had first started playing this game, I think got things in 7. So this is still within 7. Anya debuted a few months later. Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, because hers was delayed. But yeah, she speaks Korean as well as English and apparently also Japanese. I don't actually watch her very much, but I do know she interacts with Irie a lot because Irie is also Korean. And some of those clips are fun. Okay. Tuesday, June 23. Let's go ahead and copy that into chats. I'm hoping we can get... it looks like we're going to be going through a bunch of June ones and a bunch of April ones. The April ones I haven't actually done yet, so... 23rd. Is this one of the ones I struggled with too? This vaguely seems like something I've struggled with. Okay. So we're looking at someone who is later than 2021, who is likely an indie. Not Canadian, but English, or speaks English. Streams likely to Twitch and YouTube, although they do have Twitter in the database, and that does count. I think they might have Kick in the database as well. So it's not entirely certain that it's Twitch and YouTube, because they do have more they do have more platforms in the database. So he's not a dragon. Less than 290k followers or subscribers, depending on where they're taking the number from. They'll take it from whichever platform has the higher number. Somebody who's shorter than 4'3", and we're looking for something that's probably lighter than with lighter hair color. However, indie. That means I'm going to roll again because this is too many to go through. Bodega. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us much of a hint here because Bodega debuted earlier than Vienna. Oh, actually, but this does. They're not indie. We're looking at possibly former indie. So what are we looking at? Are we looking at Mythic Talents? Are we looking at Cloud9? Cloud9 only has Vienna, so it's not that. Mythic Talents. The only person I know who is both Mythic Talents and not an indie is Mari En, who is in Face Connect and signed with Mythic at the same time. She also does stream to both YouTube and Twitch, is female, speaks English. I think she debuted in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, and has light hair, so I think this one counts. 2021, okay. A little bit off there. Now, Mari En, part of English, or yeah, the Phase Invaders quest. They're second generation of invaders. Technically third, depending on how you want to count it, because there was a first generation, and then Invaders Wish happens, which is technically second gen, and then Lumi got moved to Wish. And actually, originally, Invaders wasn't supposed to have generations, and then I think it was last year, they decided that yes, they actually do want gens instead. And people are treating them as gens anyway, so it made sense. All right, that's Mari En. Going to June 4. Let's roll again. Mochizuki Nako. I think this is a Japanese streamer. Not independent. Japanese and YouTube and Twitch. We're still looking for somebody, or we're looking for a corpo that has gen. Female. And pink hair. So this is almost certainly pink hair. Or something that's very close. And no longer active. This is a very big hint. I always forget, I always overlook this until the, say the third guess. But this is very important. So we're possibly looking for somebody, so we're looking for somebody who isn't Japanese. Which means we're looking for probably an English VTuber. So if we look over at HoloLive, for example, HoloLive is probably where this is going to happen. Not necessarily. But it feels like there's a good chance that it's going to be HoloLive. So if we're looking at HoloLive English, we have somebody who's not active. So somebody has pink hair. I mean, there's Sana. Could be Sana. I mean, she's not a mammal, and she does have silverish hair, pink hair. It could be pink-ish. But she did only stream to YouTube, so no. There is actually that problem, that most of the HoloLive members did not stream on Twitch. So it might not be HoloLive. Actually, it's very likely, in fact, that it's not HoloLive. Amaris Yuri. Former indie, and then got terminated from Face Connect. But I don't think, did she stream to Twitch? Possibly not. Oh, she did. Okay. But yeah, she was formerly part of CyberLive, and then got adopted into Face Connect as a Face Invader, changed her name. Changed her name to Fura Yuri, and then got terminated. And didn't get to keep her IP, which is the one thing that would have kept this from being a perfect termination. But she might fit. Because she is old enough. This is 2021 debut date. And no longer active. Alright, let's see. Not terminated, so we're looking at somebody who's either graduated or on hiatus. No way she was, no, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. I think this might be wrong. She was not... She's not on hiatus the day after graduation. I think that's wrong. So I'm looking for somebody who is later than Gen 1, who is Canadian. This narrows things down. So speaks both English and Japanese. And hair is this. So are we looking at Niji Sanji? Niji Sanji. Well, Niji Sanji Ian, rather. If I can spell it right. Niji Sanji Ian. So we're looking at somebody who's later than Gen 1. And Rosemi comes to mind. She has pink hair. She speaks both English and I'm pretty sure she does she speak Japanese? I don't remember. Not a mammal. Light hair, like pink. This kind of pink there is Canadian. Part of the EN branch and debuted later than 2021 and graduated not too long ago. July 16, July 17. Well, that's very close. But I will say, I'll give Rosemi here a ha. Now, part of the trouble of doing things in June is that I have vague recollections of who might be answers, and I think that this was definitely one of the ones that I had done in the past. But yeah, Rosemi was fun while she lasted. She's now active as someone else who you will have to go find for yourself. Alright. Next one is June 1. How are y'all doing for guesses if any of you are trying to keep up? Alright, roll 1. Higuchi Kaede, one of the older VTubers on this list actually. 2018. So we're looking for somebody who is an indie. Or very likely an indie. Because we're looking for some either a corpo that doesn't have gens or is just a pure indie here. This doesn't help much because the vast majority of the database is 2018. We're looking for somebody who's very likely English, both Twitch and YouTube likely, female, humanoid and something else, and the rest of it doesn't actually help us much. However, giant list of indies, so we're gonna roll again. There's a good chance that we're gonna. I was gonna say there's a good chance we hit an indie, but I guess not. But we are looking for somebody who's American, which unfortunately doesn't narrow things down a whole lot either, because a lot of indies are American. So we are going to roll again. Not an indie. Okay, this is interesting. So we're looking at a corpo that doesn't have gens, doesn't have branches, and no subunits. That actually narrows things down quite a bit. If you're looking for somebody who debuted after 2023, who's still active, in a corpo that doesn't have gens, American, English, female, humanoid of some sort, still don't have a good hair color. Alright, so now looking at this list here, who do we have that is in a... which corpo do we have that isn't, that doesn't have gens? VShoujo, except they have branches, so that doesn't count. Astroline, I think, has gens, so they don't count. Idol definitely has gens, also branches. Glitch Stars has gens. Glitch Stars is one of those agencies that I feel like just popped up and I didn't realize it. But yeah, they do have gens. Because a lot of them, I think all of them are actually adopts. So I guess it, in a way, like VShoujo did mostly adopts, Glitch Stars also is, I think, all adopts from the looks of it. Now I found out about them, I think, through VTuber Mochi. Possible. I might have known about them before, possibly. But yeah, so no, Glitch Stars has gens, so not them. Globy has gens. Did they? Did they? I think they did. I remember them having gens. So I think they, yeah, they had gens. That's not them. Holostars has gens, also branches. Joshiko Productions, these count as indie. I think they count as indies. Lucid Multimedia reaches as an indie. Mythic is, apart from Mari, they all count as indies, so that doesn't count. Mythos has gens, as we saw. Nexus has gens, but there's only one of them anyway. Nijisanji has gens and branches. GXORA is British. Pixel has gens. Base Connect has gens. Prison Project has gens. Production Kawaii has gens. Project F had 1 gen. But also ICI is an indie now. SVA has gens. I think they count as gens. But also SVA is too... no... Wait a minute, hold on. That's possible. Okay, I'm drawing from a little bit of meta knowledge here. I know Yomi Quinley was one of the answers. And it was for this one. Alright, well... This is what happens when you do days that you've already done before. But yeah. SVA is also an adopt agency, because I think everyone in SOX was a former indie. Yeah, that's right. Okay, April 3. So one that I hopefully haven't done yet. April 3. All the way back. No, I definitely haven't done this one yet, because I don't think I did anything that's in April. Now, unfortunately, we have the disadvantage of having a much fuller database than when this game started. So we have much more to sift through than in the past. So we're looking at somebody who is in Gen 1 who is not English. So we're looking at a Japanese corporation here. Which I'm not as familiar with, but we'll find out. We're looking for somebody who is a mammal, who has light hair, is female. Unfortunately, this also means that it could be Nijisanji, and there are a lot of Nijisanji. There was that one VTuber that we saw earlier. Glenn, welcome back. Does mammal include human? No, it does not. Mammal are animals, so cats and dogs and whatnot. Okay, so I'm going to guess that this is probably Nijisanji. And actually, we don't have a lot to work with, or we don't have a lot to sift through, because we are restricted to specifically Gen 1. That said, no, I think Gen 1 doesn't actually have a lot, so we might be Kaede. I was gonna name a human Nijisanji VTuber. Oh wait, you're right. Wait a minute, I was going to go with Kaede, but Kaede is humanoid. Maybe not. Everyone in Nijisanji first generation, I'm pretty sure, is humanoid. Yeah, I think you count as humanoid too. Do you count? Well, you're definitely not mammal. I don't think you count as mammal. Okay, so maybe it's not Nijisanji. Unfortunately, this doesn't actually give us a whole lot. However, I was also going to say Prison Project, but everyone there is an indie now, because Prison Project is gone. So we need a corpo that still exists. Either that or somebody who got adopted into a corpo. Also, wait, I have to keep in mind they're not English, so I can't go with Nova Aokami because she's English. We're still looking at only JP talents here. Vispo Vispo is Japanese, but they do have branches because they do have an EN branch, so not them. Vivarium is Japanese, but I think they're too new. Does that get turned into Vispo? I don't remember. Kaguya Luna did not have, her agency did not have gens. Vom's project did. But Vom's project is also gone. And Amino Pikumi has graduated. .3M is English. 774 Nanashi? I actually don't remember how to pronounce this one. Silopatra. I think you count as an indie now. Yeah, you count as indie. Activate. I think they've dissolved. Cyber Lives dissolved. Cloud9 is English. Crunchyroll is English. First Stage Production, I think is English. GX Plus is also English. No, everyone here is an English talent. I can't remember if they operate out of Japan or something, but they're all English there. There's Hololive. We're looking at Gen 1 Hololive. That is, we do actually have more variety there. So Gen 1 Hololive. Fubuki. Fubuki has light hair. She is a mammal. Speaks Japanese only. Streams only to YouTube's is Gen 1. Debuted before 2023. Currently active. I think we go with Fubuki. Haha. Forgotten too. Alright. We go back to June. GG, thank you. Although it feels like a little bit less of an achievement because we are looking stuff up. But... Alright, we roll. Well, you had 25 of them, you're only on the 6th one. 25 of them are only on the 6th one. Yeah, I only generated 25 because that was the max that random.org let us generate. I don't know if we're going to go through all of them, but I figured the fewer that we have to generate, the better. Database has to be held and maintained. Yeah, especially since it seems like there's only the creator is the one who's putting stuff in. Especially considering all the inconsistencies that are in here. I would suggest that they onboard somebody who is knowledgeable about VTubers to go in and normalize the data, but that is a lot to ask, especially with 480 something VTubers in the indies list alone. Okay, so we have somebody who's active, who debuted after 2020, who's fully independent, who's American. Oh no. This doesn't narrow things down a whole lot because, as I said, we have a ton of indies. And I have to keep track of who's active, yeah. So I do not envy whoever has to maintain this. So English, Mandarin, Russian, likely English is the one who's that's kept here. It's probably going to be Twitch and YouTube and no Twitter. Female, not Cosmic Eldritch. More popular than 25k, which does help a little bit. And we're looking for somebody who has light hair. Unfortunately, this is way too large of a search space. We're going to roll again. Unless I can think of somebody here. Just a quick Now, Fillion is part of Mythic Talent, but also she's not active at the moment. How many guesses do you have per round? So you have 15. Once you get up to... You get hints periodically. I think it's the first one after 6 or 7. And then the next one is... I think you get up to 3 hints. I think the next one's... the first hint is after 6. Or it might be after 5, I don't remember. Something along there. I'm gonna roll again. There's too many people here. Yeah, again, this one doesn't actually help too much, but at least we do have something. So we know that they're streaming to both Twitch and YouTube here. We know that they're definitely speaking just English, because we have a intersection here that's just English. Or it could be English and some other language that's not in here. Somehow we managed to roll another Cosmic Eldritch Fiend Underworld. Somebody who has blue-ish hair. And good to know that cool is other. Yeah, blue hair. There's not a, I was gonna say there's not a lot of blue hair people here, but also there are kind of. Like Vienna. Except, I think you actually speak more languages than English. I'm gonna roll again. Actually, no, we may as well. We may as well see. Alright, because you're part of Mythic too. Right, we went over this. We went over this. Also, you're Canadian. Why do I keep guessing Cosmic Eldritch? The strong bet says you gotta have blue hair. Yeah, there's actually a there was a theory a while back that the blue VTubers were more successful. Taking Gura, Pekara, Kobo, and Suisse as examples, at least in Hololive. So there's a small theory going around that VTubers with blue hair or like blue in their theme were more likely to be more successful than people who weren't. And there might be something behind that. Okay, I don't think rolling is gonna help me, especially if this is all if this is the kind of things that I'm getting. So, however, we do have an upper bound. We're looking for somebody who's likely debuted in 2022. Which does narrow things down a little bit. What date are we on? We are on June 3. June 3, yeah. Which means this is one of the ones that I would have done. So somebody with light blue hair. Light blue. Who do we know here that's light blue? Light blue and American. Because I feel like at this point rolling is not going to help us too much. But also, it might not be light blue hair. It could be silver, with a bit of a bluish tint. Somebody who's fully independent. Watch the cutie mark be something completely bonkers again. You mean the Oshi mark? Could be. Usually the VTubers don't tend to share Oshi marks very often. There's not a whole lot of overlap. You do get some who who do share like one, because you have some VTubers who have only one Oshi mark, like me, and these two. You get a lot of VTubers who have two Oshi marks, and sometimes you get a bit of overlap with one of those. So what is an Oshi mark? So the Oshi mark is basically a symbol that represents the VTuber. The fans of that VTuber have the option or tend to use the Oshi mark as in say their Twitter name to show support that they follow this VTuber and that they like this VTuber. I'll just let you know which year for representing themselves. Yeah, exactly. If I recall correctly, this practice was popularized by Niji Sanji. What is my Oshi mark? My Oshi mark is the puzzle piece. Puzzle piece. Although I will also accept the because other people have done this penguin buckets. Some people have done this as well, and I suppose that it can count as an alternate one. But I use a puzzle piece because my streams are all, to some degree, puzzle solving. So programming is puzzle solving. Puzzle games are obviously puzzles. Music is, in a way, puzzle solving because you're trying to figure out what to do to make the sound that you want. It's a bit of a stretch, but it counts. But yeah, the penguin bucket is the more obvious one that people will pick up on, so I will accept that as an alternate. But the puzzle piece is the one that I personally use. Alright, who else do we have here? Lazuli has blue hair. I know next to nothing about you, but sure. I suppose, yeah, you're too right, because I forgot about the debut date. But yeah, Lazuli would have been 2025. Fish. 7 coconuts, whatever that means. Right, alright, we have I think we have a guess. Do we have a guess? We don't have a guess. Do I want to roll again? MIDI is old. I think too old, actually. But also, she's not American. There is... Who else has bluish hair here? Do I just roll again? I feel like I should roll again. I mean, okay, no. I feel like I should roll again because I'm coming out blank from this list here. And I don't want to go go through this list and look at hair colors. Because I will do that if I'm playing on my own, but also, I don't know. Maybe not for stream. It doesn't really give us much, but it does give us a hint. Has this narrowed down our thing a little bit? Yes, by a month, by 2 months. Okay, that doesn't help. We already knew they were Twitch and YouTube. Somebody who's fully independent. So that does actually take out a lot of people here. Because a lot of them are Mythic, a lot of them are former VShoujo, a lot of them former Corpo in general. Unfortunately, there's just a lot in there. And this, it has to be somebody I recognize because I would have done June 3. Asher's welcome in. Are we winning? We actually ended up losing 1. But the other, how many are we at now? We're at 7? We managed to get 6 out of 7. And we're at 6 guesses for this one out of 15. I see Snow Paws. I think it was Former corpo. But also we're looking for, okay, hold on. We're looking for someone who is not humanoid. I think we need to do a limiting guess here. Find out if they're mammals. So Icy Snowpaws is going to be a guess. Even though I know that they don't fit the bill here. We just need to figure out if they're mammal or not. Wait, it's white hair rather than blue hair. Yeah, so if you look at the line in OK Lab, that's our... Yeah, so if we're looking at the line in OK Lab, this is what the percentage is based on. If you plot the 2 points in OK Lab and then figure out the distance between them, that's what this is looking at. So it's not... If you're at 90 something, it's pretty close to what the color would be. If it's 80 or 70, you're looking at something that's a little bit farther. So 80 or 70, you can't really trust the color too much. But you know that if you have, say, a clue in this direction, like 46 to 35, you know that it's probably not going to be dark. But yeah, it looks like we are looking for something white-ish, like peach-ish, pink-ish. Somebody who's not a mammal. So what does this take us? So we have mammal, humanoid, aquatic, underworld, reptile, mythical, which takes out a lot of people. What do we have left? Insects. Insects we don't have yet. So I know we have a few moths in here. There is one moth. I can't remember her name. There are 2 moths in this list, at least. Okay, we're gonna go through this and see if I recognize anyone. They had a moth-sounding name, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Turn on a light and you'll get some moths. You know, if there were moths here, they probably would have come, because the rest of my room is actually dark and it's only being illuminated by this one panel light that I have. I actually did find a moth out in my out near my door earlier today. I don't know where it would have come from, but are you former corpo? Actually, are you even American? Yeah, also, yeah, Bruna is a slug. That's right. But I did find it was in this. I saw it. I saw the name Juniper. Who doesn't have white hair? But actually, no, she does have white hair. We had a hint though. Well, we can double check. 595. Okay, so it's not her. Actually, no, on YouTube. On YouTube. Could be. 105k, no. There was another moth VTuber around here. And the VOD channel, yeah, definitely doesn't have as many, so it's not you. However, I will guess you anyway, because I need to figure out what this is. It's not the moth VTuber. What's your species? Also, we're looking for someone with gray hair. And this is kind of curious. Interesting. Okay, well, if we're looking at someone with gray hair, that kind of narrows things down a little bit. But also not really, because I need a species. What's left? Are we looking at plants? We do have a few plant VTubers here. There is Lucy Pyre, but I think she falls under one of the categories that we already eliminated. Because you are, I think she counts as Underworld. Also Mythic Talents. So, no. Yeah, not Mammal, because we already eliminated Mammal here. Not Arthropods, so it can't be Matara, but also Matara is a former corpo. Ghosts? Are we looking at Maid Mints? But she's too popular. Actually, the hair color's not right. The hair color isn't right. But also, Mint is... Is she too old for this? No, she might be just in the right... How old is Mint? For some reason, I feel she was older than 2020. No, not this Mint. I think she was 2020. Yeah, 2020 July. She predates Hololive English. But also no longer fully independent either. Man. Do I just pick a plant? Do I find somebody here as a plant and eliminate plants? Or do it constructs. Okay, I think we need to eliminate constructs, so we'll do Sayu. Sayu doesn't fit this. But I need... Okay, alright. So likely a construct then in this case. Well, we just learned that. We just learned that. Alright, so who is a construct? We came across some constructs before. Now, unfortunately, who's a gray construct? There are way too many indies in this list. Former Violeur. Wait, who's former Violeur? Former Violeur would not count as fully independent though. Yariku is a mammal. The hair fits though. Elia Stellar, Elia Minibots is part of Mythic Talents? Ellie Minibot. Maybe you aren't. Hold up. But you don't stream to YouTube, I think. I don't think Ellie Minibot streams to YouTube. Yeah, she doesn't stream to YouTube. However, maybe we guess her anyway, because Maybe we'll get some information here. Doesn't actually give us any more information. But we know, I mean, okay, so we already know she wasn't a robot. And not a robot android. I mean, okay. Now with hindsight, yes, this is obvious that we wouldn't get any new information out of this one. Who else is a construct? Have we narrowed down? So we're looking at somebody who likely debuted in 2023. 595k is a pretty large number of subscribers, and specifically on YouTube. But however, YouTube numbers do tend to be, well, it depends on the creator actually. It depends on the creator whether it's higher or lower, and it depends on whether they're farming shorts or not. Eva Ananova streams to YouTube only. Giga is former corpo. Hackerling, I'm pretty sure, is not a construct. Henya is humanoid, also former corpo. There's a VTuber named Heavenly Father. Yeah. He's he's green and wears this mask. I've seen a few of his clips. I think one of the ones that I remember was it was with Rose. No, not Rose. Girl DM. And Girl DM had was showing off her minesweeper skills. I'll have to dig up that clip later. But yeah, he exists. Does not fit the bill here. I'm looking at this list and I don't see any constructs. They're all mammals. Unless I'm just completely missing one. I mean, that's probably the case. Do we have a category for so let's say Ellie mini bots? No, we don't. We have one that's independently produced, but that is way too many. That is way too many to look at. Does HoloList actually give us anything here? No, I don't think we have anything here. But they're not androids. That's actually a lot of androids. Which I guess makes sense because it's VTubers, but probably some robot girl VTuber. Actually, no, because they're not androids. We know that they're not a robot or android, so it can't be. It's some other kind of construct, but I don't remember what else is in this. So let's say, for example, Zentreya, who is not here because former Bishoujo. Oh wait, hold up. Right. Okay. Android is a separate category than was Ellie Minibot. So Ellie Minibot is a robot of some sort. What counts as what counts as a construct here? Hold on. This is June 3. I would have actually done. I would have gotten this one. AI. Wait a minute. Who do we know is an AI? I mean, Neurosama, yes, but the hair color doesn't count, or it doesn't fit. Oh, Mother V3. I'm actually not sure if Mother V3 is a proper, like, a true AI like Neuro is, or if she's just playing the part. Because I know Mother V3 before V3, she was streaming with her creator. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe she is actually an AI, but also maybe not. I'm not sure. But yeah, she's fun to watch. I remember this one taking me much less time to, much fewer guesses to get than this when I first did this. I guess it really depends on the starting guess here. The next one is going to be April 26th. Go ahead and do that. That is May 26th, and we want April 26th. I don't think this is one that I've done yet, so this is going to be a new one for both of us. Okay, so we're looking at a potential corpo. Somebody who has gens but no branches, which again narrows things down a little bit. Streams only to Twitch after 2020. Not American. So we are possibly looking at someone from Socks, from SBA. 9 seconds of lag. Interesting. Now, we're looking for somebody with light-ish hair. So Snoozy True Woods would fit in there. Innes, I think, is is actually indie. Is still indie now. Okay, but you actually okay, 2023, so that's fine. Oh, but we're looking for somebody with, I don't know, SVA does have gens. So, Snoozy Chew. So we're looking at a former indie. So we're looking at an adopt. It could be SVA. I doubt it. But someone who is greater than Gen 1. I mean, it could be. It could be... Could be Alien Mixture. So no, actually, Alien Mixture is... Yomi Quinley, I think, showed up as non-gen earlier, right? I don't remember what... I don't remember which day that was, so we're just gonna put that in here. Yomi Quinley. Because I think... Yeah, she showed up as non-gen, so it wouldn't be her. But also, she's already a guest that we had later, so... but in that case, the solo debutantes, that means it wouldn't be Alien Mixture. Apple will come in. Is this i3? No, this is WMII, which is what i3 was inspired by. It differs in that WMII is column-based, whereas i3 is tree-based, which I seem to prefer. Although I think there are some nice things about i3. The only downside to WMII is that it's no longer maintained. And I'm holding on to... Well, there are some forks where people have made fixes. But the biggest thing I think is that when I end up having to move to Wayland, I'm going to either have to get used to another window manager, or a compositor as they call it, or hope that the guy who is trying to port WMII to Wayland has actually succeeded by then. What is i3 versus WMII? So i3 and WMII refer to tiling window managers. So that's what manages the windows here. So that's So it's what gives me the ability to do all this kind of stuff. WII is the older one. That's what I use. i3 is a similar looking one. It's a bit newer. Good luck to that guy. Yeah. Now, perhaps one should say that I should contribute or whatever. I could, but I don't have time for that, and I also would have to learn the ins and outs of the software. That said, there was one guy that I know who picked up a piece of software without really knowing. Well, he knew how to write the language, but wasn't really familiar with the specifics of the software he was touching, and then he ended up maintaining a fork that was used by a bunch of people. So it is something you eventually end up learning out of necessity, but you do have to put the time into it. Artemis of the Blue, I haven't heard that name in a while. Yeah, I remember around her debut, because she debuted, was this pretty close to Hololive English, and some people were thinking that she was copying Gura, which is obviously not the case, because VTuber models take a very long time to make, or rather, like, it doesn't take days to make them, I should say. So that it would have been in the works for quite a while, and there are a bunch of differences between her and Gura as well. But yeah, I don't think I've actually watched too much of Artemis. Maybe a couple of clips here and there, but apart from that, not much. So we're looking at former indie. I am guessing actually that means we're looking at Glitch Stars. But Glitch Stars, I think, is too... Oh, no, hold on. Glitch Stars is as an agency is too new, but the VTubers that they have are all adopts, so this could actually fit. Had neither. I had a friend who was an ultra fan of her. I think I know of one person who was a fan of Artemis, and that's what's his name? Festival. He was part of the VTuber, the sheet music VTuber collab that we did back in September. Now is a good time to shill that, I suppose. If you want to watch other people, or if you want to watch VTubers do sheet music, and because it's not just me who does that apparently, there's a bunch of us in that Discord server there. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at somebody who is more or later than Gen 1, who debuted after 2020 but before 2023, which is a very good amount of them did. Nova Aokami kind of fits, but I think you're actually, yeah, no, you're actually independent now. Former Glitch Stars, former V Reverie. So you don't count. But also not American. So we're possibly looking at somebody who potentially... Well, not American can mean a lot of things. It could be Canadian, could be something else. Sunny Explosion is Canadian? I think? I'm a former Glitch Star, so it doesn't count. Canadians are weird. Happy Canada Day, by the way. I don't think I got to say that because I didn't stream yesterday. Is this like a VTuber world or just noticing? Yes. It's a lot closer to something like Pokédull or whatever it's called, where you try to guess the Pokemon. But that genre of games is Wordle inspired. We're currently looking at what is it, April 26th. So if you want to follow along, you can have that there. Okay, well, we know it's not white. So we're looking at probably more of a gray. So it could have been Sunny Explosion, I suppose. But she's full on indie at the moment, and we know that whoever this is not an indie, or yeah, not an indie. It could be Emily. But she's too old. Yeah, no, she's too old. We're looking at September 2020. This is October 2020. Mogu Ghost, who I actually haven't heard of. 2021? Return in 2025? Now I have to question who you were in your... In January she returned. Okay. The smells of hiatus to corpo, then back to indie, but we're not gonna dig into that. On 23 January she returned. Yep. The thing with glitch stars is that it's kind of hard to tell based on debut date, because they will be taking their indie debuts. Okay, I am pretty sure you stream to both YouTube and Twitch, so we're gonna guess you. We are looking at somebody in glitch stars. Somebody is who is not, or between Gen 1 Gen 4. That does narrow things down a little bit. I thought you streamed to Twitch. What? Hold up. Now, this is what I mean by sometimes the... Yeah, no, like 2 days ago she streams to Twitch. This is what I mean with the database being being inconsistent sometimes, which does make things a bit harder when the data is incorrect. But okay, so we do have a much higher correlation for, or much closer hair color, so in before it actually is Mogu Ghost. Because we're looking at anyone between here, and the only one that fits is Mogu. So here we go. And there we go. We skipped her earlier and then decided it wasn't. Because... Oh, she's Canadian. We need a VTuber search your compendium into the AR written in Rust. Oh, in TUI. Yeah. Carhi Canada, yeah. So why did we skip over her? Because she streams to because she streams to YouTube? She does not stream to YouTube. Why did we skip over her? Okay, whatever. Whatever. But yeah, Mogu. I know nothing about her. I think it was her debut date. January 21, 2021. Which is what this says. I don't know. I think it might have just been... We saw it and then just somehow mentally glossed over her, because I remember we looked at the other ones, but alright, whatever. Next up on the list, April 24. Sorry for time. I still got lots of time. Alright, roll for the first one. Froggy Lock, who actually didn't know was Canadian. Got somebody who is old. So before 2021, or before September, actually maybe not that old, might still just be 2021. Definitely on the older side though. Fully indie. Likely American, maybe. Because it was only English and only Twitch. Female. This doesn't really tell us a whole lot. I would need another color to compare. Unfortunately, old Americans. Well, that actually does narrow things down a little bit. Few subscribers. 81K is actually not so. Yeah, I guess you get a bit of a feel for who it might be, because you know it won't be someone like Mint, I think. Not that she counts because she doesn't fit the fully independent one. 81K, yeah, 81K for indies is actually a little bit on the higher side. 81K for a corpo VTuber, not so much. Actually, it's still a little bit on the higher side. Depends on the corpo. For a company like Hololive, that's very, very little. But for possibly for some of the smaller corpos, it could be within their range. But we are talking about indies here, so it's somebody who is a little bit higher. But the problem is, I don't know if this narrows it down enough. I mean, it does. The problem is we have a 400... I keep saying 480. I think it might actually be closer to 490. Look at the independents here. HIJ, independent 488. So yeah, closer to 490. If we narrow this down, the traces can help a lot in 488. We don't know what their species is, other than they're not amphibian. And they only speak English. Actually, yeah, no. Only speaking English is a strong indicator they probably are American. Ali Minibot is too new. Eva Adanova is too new, also streams only to YouTube. Fillion! I think actually is registered as Canadian in the database. Watch this. Counts as Canadian. I don't know if she actually is Canadian. But I think there was one clip of her talking about Amazon Canada, and that's probably where they got this from. But I don't know if we've actually gotten confirmation about that. This was April, right? Yeah, so there's a bit of a meta strategy here, and because I've been playing this for several weeks now, I know which names are a little bit newer than the other ones. So there's that little bit of meta information as well. Last line got censored. Yeah, I see it on my end. Azumi is too new. We're looking for someone who, yeah, we don't actually know what their hair color is yet. Maybe it is worth doing another roll just to check. And especially because this is an indie, we're likely to hit another indie. Lily Pichu is in the database, and I think she counts as having debuted in 2011. Lucy Pyre. I don't know why I'm thinking of. Of white hair, probably because of the last one. However, but no, Lucy Pyre I think is too new. They're 2022, I think. Yeah, 2022. You're too new. Tarkan's former indie, or sorry, former corpo. We have Mika and Echo. Nope. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, I was gonna say Mint, but also Mint doesn't fit the pure indie attributes. No, not you. Mother V3 is too new, but also is already an answer later on, so nope. Mickey Ray is former corpo, also not American. Nova Aokami is former corpo. Name drop. Penny Puffball is too new. Phoebe counts as former corpo in this database. Rainho. I think it's part of Mythic? Also not... Are you Canadian? Are you American? Actually, I don't remember. Also too new. I think you're 2022. 2021. Never mind. Rosary is part of Atelier Live. The subunit here, so no. But she's American. Sonico Sava is too new, also streams only to YouTube. Try Rainho. I mean, I suppose we can. I mean, no, but hold on. She's part of GG Talent Group, which means she's not pure indie. I think GG is actually recognized in this database. If not, then maybe. Possibly. But I suspect not. Because I think it probably does count under the unit. But you never know. Okay, I guess not. I got the database, you know. So we're looking for somebody who is probably 2020. Or like very early 2021. And we're looking for somebody with light hair. Sayu is former corpo. Shigeru Ui is Japanese. Shirahiko. I think it's too new. You're like 2024. Shirahiko. You're not even in the database. Alright. Shizuko, you're actually old enough. Hold up. I think Shizuko is old enough. Yeah, 2020 July. But it also streams to YouTube, I think. But possibly. Also, that's not loading, so may as well just try anyway. All right, not British. Well, we kind of already knew that. But we do have mammal now, so that's a bit more of a hint. The hair color. Still not quite sure what to make out of this. I mean, I guess it's not grayscale. We do have a bit of color. Probably somebody who's red. And no listed height. I just realized this hint here. No listed height. So who's American with no height? Sylvie has white hair, but also I think she's Canadian. But also, we're not looking for somebody with white hair. We're looking for someone probably more on the hold on, does grape counts? I think this might be too close to Froggies. Grape would be a good one to figure out the debut date. I don't think this is her. But yeah, you're also not a mammal, so. But it might be. Okay, so we have narrowed it down to somebody who is either very early 2021 or 2020. But also not American. Hold up. What other countries speak only English? I did not know Grape spoke Japanese. Okay, I need a hair color. I need to see if we're reds. No, we're not red. Okay. Also not Australian. Could be New Zealand. There's not a whole lot of people who would be. Yeah, she's Australian. Ushio Ebi is not a mammal. Also, she's British. You wouldn't be able to tell from her accent, but she's British. I think she got her American accent because she was, I don't know, just playing with American friends or something. I think it will come out on occasion, but largely she does speak with more American accents. We've gone down the list, though to be fair, not too carefully. Okay, we need more mammals. So we're gonna guess a cat girl. We're gonna find a cat girl here, and then we're gonna guess a cat girl because we need to see if we are likely to hit with the number of VTubers who are cat girls. We're likely to hit one there. So I just need to think of a cat. Pick a cat girl who has blue hair. Oh, I think that might be asking for a bit much because we have to find, well, one, we have to find a cat girl, which I've just found one. But also somebody who has blue hair. Girl DM has green hair, which I actually can't tell from this whether. But also, Girl DM is Canadian. Which doesn't actually matter here because we're just trying to find certain attributes here. We do have, oh right, I guess she is fairly old in that respect. Okay, we're looking for a cat girl. To nobody's surprise. Aha! Alright, so it is someone who's in New Zealand. I was gonna say, no, Catania is South Africa, never mind. Okay, so who do I know who's New Zealand? Who's a Kiwi? Who is a Kiwi and this old? And I still don't know their hair color either. I feel okay. This VTuber's on the tip of my tongue. Who? Find all the cats. All right, let's go down this list here. You're not a cat. You're not a cat. You are not a cat. Not female. Might be blonde or gray. Yeah, could be. I know there were some very obvious cat names in here. Bodega is a rat. Cerber is a dog. Chibidoki is humanoid, I think. Yeah, I think we're gonna find... It is on the tip of my tongue and I'm not getting it. I was gonna say Miniko, but I think she's too new for that. A lot of these people, so we're looking for like 2020-ish, and a lot of these people are too new. Hackerling's a cat. Actually, it might not be a cat. Mention of a dog makes me remember when I played 100% orange juice and joked that QP's in a swimsuit counts as a wet dog. Can't say I know who that is. 100% orange juice QP. Yeah, I can kind of see it. Okay. Pomeranian canonically, I see, okay. Looking at... Seeing a lot of dogs here for some reason. The time you need to find cats, you can't find cats. Nyanners is old. Hold up. No, but Nyanners is former corpo. But she is a cat. Also American. Oh wait, hold on. We're not looking for American. We're looking for Kiwi. Okay, so who's a Kiwi? And at this point, we have enough clues that roles aren't going to help us. No, I don't want to create... No, stop that. Category New Zealand. Is that a thing? Taiga Torigami, no. For she's corpo. So we must be able to find somebody here. Comfy Angel? No. Yozora. I don't think so. Hara Ox. Nope. Molly Mishi. Hold on. This is one that's on here. Did I see a Disney cat? Yeah, there was one there. Lena Lazar? Wait, I thought you were American. I guess you're New Zealand, alright. You're on the table too then. Unless you're part of Mythic. No, you're part of Mythic. Yeah, Disney Cat is an independent New Zealand vocalist. Primarily sings in English, German, Mandarin, and Japanese. I've never heard of you. Debuted 2021, but also not in the database. Molly Mishi is, though. Ah, but you're too new. Lena is also actually March 15. Just outside the just outside of range, but also she's part of Mythic, so doesn't count. Necronaval. I have been to one of his panels, actually. Milky Mew is in the database, but not actually part of New Zealand. Smugalana, but also Russian. Echo is a cat girl, is in the database. Wait, hold up. That old? I didn't know that. I guess it's the wrong Echo, alright. Because Echo Rosen is someone else. Let's go look at HoloList and see if there's a New Zealand. Which there are a bunch of them. I don't recognize a lot of these being in the database, so. Wally Mishi we already knew isn't. Fly is not in there. Para, we already checked that one. Faustina, not in there. Kiwi Trash Panda, it's quite the name. Nara Bear, Duggar, Ray Chu, Remu, Necronaval, Lena would be in here, but Mythic. Also, wait, I spelled it wrong. Mythic, but also she's not here. Interesting. There's nobody here. Nobody here. Alright, just find all the cat girls, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna get this one. Not unless we go through the list and just look at the, look to see if we have, look for the ears. Try VTUBLE. I guess we can try that. Okay, I mean, clearly, New Zealander. Looking through this list and see if we recognize anyone that's in the list. Who's the next here? Elena. Necro Kitsune is not in here. But also, we're looking for people who are cats, so. Still no one. Still no one. How are we... How is it this hard to find someone? We can probably close these now, though. There is no category for cat girls. Alright, I think then we're gonna go down this list and see if we see ears. I think you're too new anyway. Pokemori Aoi's former corpo, Fruits former corpo, Aqua's too new, Lucho former corpo, Ariel, no. Aisu. RMS, we already know is not. Ashton Martin is not a cat. Atlas Anarchy is not a cat. Aurelia Tempest is not a cat. Aoteru is not a cat. I am East Japanese. Azura Jule, not a cat. Bao is not a cat. Bat, Berrybug, Berry Crep, Barrel Baru. Bella, Bimton, Bella. I don't think so. Too new. Bodega Bon we already got. Bonnie Barkswell is former corpo. Bree is not a cat. Buff Pup, not a cat. Bunny. Winnie? Bunny? Whatever. Cake Jumper, nope. Callie. Calico. Is a cat. And I think possibly old enough. Hold on. But part of 3AM. Also maybe not a cat? Cats? Cats? Oh, you don't have cat ears. But you're part of 3AM, so this doesn't count. Gave up on this one. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe this is another one where we also have to give up. Because there are a lot of VTubers who are indies. And I mean, it should be pretty easy to pick out the cat girls, I think, but also I would assume there are a lot of them. Okay, hold on. We should narrow down the hair color at least. Issa, actually, hold on. Cat. Let's see if it's brown. It's not brown. I mean, it's more gray, which we kind of already knew from this one. That was a bad guess. Issa Corva, find out if it's blue. Not blue. Takanashi Kiara, look for to see if it's orange. It is more orange. Are we looking at pink? We already know it's not really that pink. We know it's not red. I need somebody who is a brunette. Someone with brown hair. Which actually would make sense for the cat, wouldn't it? Koragi has the hair color that I'm thinking of. Five guesses left. Okay, so we're looking at something like this. I have another hint. Okay, we gave us a hair color. Which is what we were trying to find, but also... somebody who September 2020 to December, okay. Somebody who came out... Somebody who debuted after HoloLive English. His VTUBLE is cancer. That is true. One thing that I think that they could have done was because dates are like zodiac signs do have an order, they could have made it up or down, but they didn't. Okay, I feel like we have enough information for this. It's just a matter of finding out who it is. Which means going down this list and looking at hair colors and ears. There's literally somebody here called Queen Cat, but I think she's too new. January after or before December? I would say before. I see what you're getting at, but I would say before. No, you're too new. Oh, you're a cat. But I'm pretty sure you're also too new. Yeah. I don't actually recognize you. Hold on, who is Eggy here? Which Eggy are you talking about? This is not an Eggy that I'm aware of. Okay. So I know two VTubers are called Eggy. Neither of them are this one. Me Unit doesn't actually have that kind of hair color. Also, you're no longer active. Mocha has hair that's too dark. Also not a cat, I think. Oh, you are a cat, never mind. But yeah, hair color is too dark. What else are we looking at here? Necrolina is a cat, but she has black hair. Niku Nanako is Japanese. You can kind of tell from the what was it? From the profile pictures who's Japanese and who's not. The Japanese ones have a certain style to them. Never mind, this one's English. SVP. Oh yeah, no, that's right, that's right. Actually, come to think of it, no, this isn't quite the Japanese style because they have more of a they're more stylized. If I come across someone who's Japanese here, I'll show that. But you are a cat, right? Yeah, you're a cat, except you're not indie. Penny senseless. Doesn't match the hair color. Also, I think you're too new anyway. Man. Shimada Tiger has hair that's too dark. Hold on, yeah, hold on. Shira Hiko. I'm pretty sure she's too new. Pretty sure she's too new. Oh, but wait a minute, hold up. September 9. Maybe it is her. No. I guess she didn't debut as a VTuber until 2023. I guess that makes sense. Also, yeah, she's not New Zealand. No. Also not a cat. Alright, no, that was just a bad guess. Yeah, WikiTubia is another wiki for this. Not quite as reliable, I think, as the other ones, because this is for YouTube in general. But it sometimes some VTubers don't show up, and they do show up in the WikiTubia. So I think the question then is who is a Kiwi? Because I feel like I know a New Zealand VTuber, just the name is not coming to me. And we're once again at the end of the list. Okay, I think this is one where we're just gonna have to hope the rules give us who we want. Okay, somebody who's dove, right? Who's a bell and a dove? It's angelic cats. I feel like if there's somebody who's an angel, it would show up here as I actually don't remember what angel is categorized here, but it would show up here, I think. But then the question is, who is this? I feel like it's just right on the tip of my tongue here, but I'm not quite getting it. Maybe someone whose portrait might have a bell on her neck. Possibly. but also that would mean going through this entire list and looking at profile pictures. I kind of don't want to do that. I will do that if I'm playing by myself, but also I don't like doing that when I'm by myself either. All right, we're just gonna keep rolling. I remember this actually. I think I was in. No, I was not in her debut. Easy, just open it 480 tabs. I wish I could scrape the database. But yeah, no. Okay, I think this one we might just want to give up on this one too. And why do we keep rolling corpos? You know what would be better actually if we took this and then. Okay, we're gonna take this. We're gonna take this list here. We're gonna shift and head 1. And we're gonna... Okay, I don't think it's you though. I don't think it's you. So I think you're Japanese. Alright, let's try again. Twilight Iron Rose is too new. Mochizuki Nako. Also not it. Mavi, welcome in. How are you doing? We are about to give up on this one because it's a little bit too hard. Wait, no, not this one. This one. We're looking for somebody who has these Oshi marks, who's active, who is old enough to be around the time that Hololive English started, fully independent, New Zealand, speaks only English, streams only Twitch, probably because the database is a little bit inaccurate in some places. Who is a cat, female, 33k followers on Twitch, and this color hair, and no listed height. So it feels like we just have enough to get this, but also there are 488 indies on the list, so we might actually just end up giving up. But yeah, welcome in. That's hard. Yeah. When it involves the corpos, it's a little bit easier, but yeah. Sometimes it's actually, sorry, when it's a pure indie, that's when it's really difficult. But Rikudo doesn't have the right hair color. I think we're just gonna roll this one. Yeah, let me give you a shout out here. Mavi is somebody I met through Jack. Jack was also here earlier. Okay, so we're gonna roll, and we're going to find out who this is. Melty Mim. I know of you. I wouldn't have, yeah, but you know, in hindsight, this actually makes sense. I know of you, but I don't know enough of you to have narrowed it down to you clearly. This one's straight up diabolical. Yura is also not a pure indie. All right, let's see how are you even in here? Not on either the wiki or holo list as far as I saw. Mimia. Is that what you call yourself? No. What database are they pulling this from? So I think initially it was from the VTuber wiki and holo list. At least that's what they said. But then they also started taking suggestions from players. On Twitch, you are not currently live. But yeah, I've seen her around before. But yeah, the game is pulling things from. At least it says here the data is sourced from HoloList and Virtual VTuber Wiki. So wherever it gets that from. But as well, if you go into the suggestions, they do have a form here where you can fill stuff out. So it also is probably partly user submissions. So maybe she's on HoloList. So yeah, that's a good point. I have found. Well, no, but Uncommon Wanderer said she wasn't. LT Mim. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, moving on. What was that? That was April 24. May 6. Random submission, yeah, it could be. You go ahead and do May 6. Also, for anyone who is just coming in, this is vtuble.moe. You can follow along if you'd like. Try to beat me to getting an answer. May 6. All right, initial roll. Who do we get? I was gonna say I haven't heard of this person, but it makes sense to one of the newer Nijisanji guys. What's the dates for? So we're just going through the archive, and so that it isn't too boring in terms of who we get. We're just randomizing which days we do. So May 6th is the one that we're currently doing. So we're looking for somebody who is in an EN branch who is branchless, genless, which does narrow down the corpos a little bit. Which actually probably means Vshoujo, because if we're looking at female or non-male, which is likely going to be female, Twitch only, which a bunch of Vshoujo did. Are Twitch only. We're looking at probably English or probably English and Japanese. Some known nationality. Debut earlier in 2025, which I think all of Vshoujo was. Not humanoid. And, well, who knows what this is yet. Okay. So we open a Vshoujo. And then see who we get here. Vshoujo. Alright, so we're looking for somebody who's not humanoid. And honestly, we can just take anyone here. Like Amelie. Who I don't think streams to YouTube. It doesn't actually matter yet, so we're a little bit too early to really get. Amelie is a VTuber, yeah, she goes by the name Monarch. She looks like that. Actually, yeah, she had a different outfit before. I wonder if we can find 2021, yeah. This is the outfit that I knew her as. But I guess she's had updates since then. Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet. You'd be surprised at how many of the Itaites are VTubers now. Like Jubiphonic is a VTuber now, who is apparently not in the database or on the wiki. There's also Reichi, who's also a VTuber now. Looks like that. A couple other ones. Nami, not Nami, the pink haired girl. The one who did the cover of, what was it? That one opening from the Monogatari series. Anyway. That's gonna bother me because I know who she ended up becoming, but I can't say that on stream. But anyway, we're looking at Amelie, which actually wouldn't be Amelie because we already know that the hair color is wrong. But yeah, we have somebody who is in V Shoujo, or used to be in V Shoujo, so somebody who's older, which does narrow things down a little bit. Not American. And celestial, divine, goddess, but something else. Which actually does narrow things down quite a bit. Because we don't have a lot of those people in V Shoujo. Now, just to help with organization here, we are going to look at a list. Actually, if we can do it from this list, I think it'd be a little bit more. I'm not gonna say better, but I think yeah, maybe it's a little bit more legit. Let's put it that way. Okay, I'm gonna bring this out because it's a little bit small. It's kind of hard to look at. So we know it's not Amelie. Nazuna is in the JP branch, so no. Fruits is not divine. Berrybug is too new. Giga is humanoid. Haruka is a mammal. Henya the genius is humanoid. Hime, possibly. Iron Mouse, no. Kari Crocodile is too new. Kason is humanoid. Kuro is male. Tarakan is too new. Michi is too new. Mint is a ghost. And is old enough. But I think ghosts don't fall under Celestial Divine. Yannis is a cat. Phoebe is fairy. P.A.P. is not celestial. Project Melody is not celestial. Servervale. Wait a minute. It's celestial and something else. So I think it could actually be. I think it could be. Because I'm pretty sure you also count as, but also not American. Okay. Bebe. Bebe, like that. I don't think is you either, but also you're part of Mythic now, so that doesn't count. It better not be Nazuna. It better not be Nazuna because she's part of the JP branch. But she would otherwise count as the other. I mean, no, because she doesn't speak English. Fruit, I don't think counts here. She's a lick VTuber, which wouldn't count as Celestial, but also American. Or no, from England. Possibly. But also, I don't think so. But I'm also running out of options here because there aren't a lot of choices here. Tori Orion is too new. $2025. Alright, well, we go with fruit. See what we get. I don't think it's her. Gen 1. Oh, that's right, because I guess the original VShojo founders would count as Gen, wouldn't they? Alright, so we know it's not one of the VShojo OGs. But yeah, that's licks are not celestial. It better not be Nazuna. If it's Nazuna, then the database is just completely wrong. I did say it might have been Hime. Oh, but that's right. You're a GX Plus now, and also Gen 1. Okay. Oh, that was a bit of a waste, I guess. Who else is here? Victoria Roman, I think, is too new. Yeah, 2025 for Densetsu XE. Who is here? I don't think it's Mint. Because ghosts are undead. So it's got to be one of the solo debutantes here. Go down the list here. It's not one of these people, not one of the founders. Bebe. I think we skipped over her because of reasons. Right, because you're part of Mythic. Can't be you because you're part of JP. Haruka is not away. Are you? Are you Celestial? Check all their birthday zodiac signs. Yeah, I suppose that's a thing. Pisces. No way it's Haruka. Are you a deity of some sort? I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? And she is Canadian. Which would fit. Alright, I guess it is. And we've eliminated the options here. I think it must be. Well, there we go. Ungulate. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. This part makes sense. All right. Well, next one. GG. Now we have April 1st, which is the first one in the game. And when this came out, this would have come out with a lot fewer VTubers. Unfortunately, I hadn't been around for this early, so I wouldn't know who was on the list. Okay, so we got Indie and someone else, so this is probably a Mythic Talents, or somebody signed up with Mythic Talents. The 42020, which is only a few people. Or actually, this might be an Indian former corpo, which means this could be. I was gonna say this could be VShojo, but VShojo has branches. Hold on, we go back. It was April 3rd last time, right? Oh, no, it was May 6th last time. So just checking. Yeah, VShojo has branches. So it can't be anyone from V Shoujo. It could be a mythic talent. Oh, actually no, because this says that we have a gen of some sort. So it's a company that has gens who are no longer active, but does not have branches, which there are a few. Somebody who streams only to Twitch. Somebody who's old. Could be former SVA, because there is one that has graduated, or not graduated, from left the company. And SVA is all adopts. So the one who has left the company is Ines. But I don't know if you're old enough. This is 2021? No, you're not old enough. Okay. We may be looking at somebody who is from Tsunderia. Tsunderia is old enough for that. So, out of the ones who are active here, Chikafuji Lisa has, or is still active. Miori Celeste is not. Ami Aranha is. And I learned recently that she is Canadian. But she streams to YouTube. Chikafuji Lisa also streams to YouTube. So it might actually not be anyone from Tsunderia. But also she's part of, is she still part of Chroma Shift at this point? Or did she leave? I think she left, right? Yeah, she left now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she streams on YouTube. So it can't be her. And I'm pretty active on YouTube too. Okay, so not Tsunderia. We only have a few options then. So we probably are looking for somebody who is in Mythic Talent. Yeah, so Fuji is indie again. I don't remember when that happened, but I think I do remember the announcements. Well, so we're looking at somebody who is old enough in Mythic Talent. Oh, but no, we have to remember this gen hint here. So somebody... We don't have very many corpos who... Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, I was gonna say Lumi, because she was part of CyberLive, which might be old enough. Actually, no, CyberLive isn't... Is CyberLive old enough? I don't think so. I mean, they might be. But also, you, Emma, is... not old enough. Okay. Okay, when was CyberLive a thing? It was 2021. So nobody from that. Astroline. Astroline, I think, is too new. I think they might have been either late 2020 or early 2021. And specifically, for example, Lumi. Lumi is old enough for this. But she's not an indie. So it needs to be somebody who has left the company. Okay, just making sure that we do have a female here. I don't think it's Australine. Because everyone here is still active. So yeah, maybe we are looking at... I mean, again though, if we're looking at mythic talent, it has to be somebody who was former corpo in some other place. Nyanners comes to mind, but Shoujo has gens. But Nyanners, I think, is old enough. Okay, we're gonna do Nyanners just to see if it is anyone from Mythic. And of course, it's impossible to tell because we have former Shoujo here. But it's somebody older than 2020, or than July 2020, which also narrows things down a little bit more. Higher than Gen 1. This doesn't leave us with a lot of options. And somebody who is likely a mammal here. Not a cat girl. Mythos is too new. Nexus is too new. Niji Sanji has branches. Opera GX is too new. Prism Project is possibly old enough. No, actually no, Prism Project is 2021. So you're too new. Production Kawaii is also 2021. Lucian, welcome in. We are, we've got a few clues here. And it seems like it should be enough to narrow it down to a couple of candidates, but we're still struggling to find who it is. But yeah, otherwise things are going alright. I hope things are going well with you. The biggest clues here is somebody who predates Hololive English. Is an indie and something else, but started in a it's currently an indie. Started in a corpo that had generations. Is American, speaks only English, streams only to Twitch. Female, is likely a mammal, but it could also be Cosmic Eldritch. And we don't know what the hair color is yet, but it's not this. So that the number of English VTubers who debuted before Hololive English is small, and the number of corpos that predated Hololive English is also very small. But the ones that we've looked at so far, it doesn't seem to fit. Globee is too new. Glitch Stars is too new. Well, Glitch Stars is too new, but the individual talents inside might not be. But also, we're looking at former Glitch Stars. And I think everyone here is too new. Sunny Explosion might not be, actually. Oh no, you're definitely too new. Aku Miaoi. Not this one. You're not in the wiki. Alright. Hololive has branches. And also nobody's graduated out of Hololive and become independent. Luminara, nope. I think we need to figure... was gonna say we need to figure out if it is mythic, but surely can't be. Well, we know it's not somebody from VShoujo because they have gens, but also this. Okay, we're going to open up or copy the mythic talents here. Actually, it can't be anyone. No, it can be somebody who's still in mythic because they still count as indies. So out of the ones here, the ones who were former corpo. I don't think there are any of these actually. No, like Yanners is, but she's VShoujo. Silverveil is, but she's used to be VShoujo. Bebe is also. And there's Mari En, but we also had her as an answer previously already. But also Phase Connect, who also has gens, so that doesn't count. Mythos is too new, but also I think Mythos is still alive. 2023. Phase Connect we said it couldn't be. Pixel Link is too new. Prison Project 2021. Production Kawaii is also 2021, I think we said. Just gonna double check. Prison Project is 2021. Yeah. Project F is too new. I think they were what, 2024? Shira Yuri Production. I think Yoro actually knows, or is Filipino, or knows Tagalog or something. That's not her. SVP is too new. They debuted last year. Cinderia, we already said these people don't fit. Could be somebody even from here. Bao might be old enough, but she's not American. Videra has gens. Mozumi Peachy, I think is too new. But also possibly not. Yeah, 2023. So that's not. So yeah, groups are an option. Groups are an option. VLR is too new. I don't think they had any adopts. Vom's project is Japanese. V Reverie, I think is too new. So Nova Aokami, I think was 2020. Well, I want to say 2021. It might have been 2022. Debuted in 2022. Yeah, okay. V Reverie by itself, I think, was still fairly early on. Yeah, 2021. Yeah, their first VTuber debuted in 2021. There aren't a lot of VTubers who there aren't a lot of English VTubers who predate Hololive English. Okay. Well, I don't feel like rolling because I feel like we have enough information here. But also, who is this? Sober Live is too new. Astroline are not indies. But Lumi is... we already checked Lumi though. Lumi is old enough. But also she's not American. Mint is old enough. But also she streams on YouTube as well. Mint is old enough, right? I think she predates Hololive English. Yeah, July 24, 2020. Glitch stars. Okay, we may as well look at glitch stars here. Which we may have already done, but I don't actually remember. Akumiawi, I don't think you're old enough for this. We already checked Nova Alchemy and Sunny Explosion. They're too new. Hard to say. But yeah, I think it might be too new. Do we roll? I think... Oh, no, hold up. Go back. I did not mean to click on that. I think we need to narrow down which affiliation this is. So if we're looking at, let's say, for example, Tendaria. Because I know Tendaria is old enough for this. Just for the sake of, okay, so if they were Tendaria, then it would have been, this would have been blue. But because it's not the case. Also, wait, no, hold on. Did Tendaria have gens? Is that correct? Did they not have gens? Yeah, they had gens. What is this? Okay. That's good to know. That the database is wrong in this aspect. And she is Canadian. She did a, it was actually just yesterday she did a Canada, what was it, a Canada Day karaoke, where she sang a bunch of Canadian songs. And she said a bunch of things that outed her as Canadian, so I think it's probably safe to say that she is from Canada. But also, yeah, she streams only to YouTube. But we were here specifically for Cinderia Former, which means not Cinderia Former, which we kind of already knew. Is Toma Umami old enough? $2021, yeah, I figured. This can't be that hard. Surely. We know it's not former, actually it could be former VShoujo. We actually don't know that yet. No, but we don't have a gen. It can't be former VShoujo because we don't have branches. And VShoujo didn't have any gens except for their JP branch. It's not Phase Connect because that has branches. Emori Hiragi. It's part of Glitch Stars. Also, just very slightly too new. This really should not be this hard, right? Nobody from Globy is it. Okay, I need to start narrowing down the affiliations, because these questions are pretty tough. Accent, welcome in. Yeah, I mean, you'd think predating okay, let's pull this out. Predating Hololive English, who is an independent, started out in a corpo, who has no branches and has more than one gen. American, speaks only English, streams only to Twitch. Wait a minute, hold on. No, that's not quite it. Streams only to Twitch, female, either a mammal or a cosmic eldritch, but only one of those. Probably a mammal. And, well, we don't really have much information from here yet. Struggling on this one also? Yeah. I feel like that we are just this close to getting something. So unless the database is wrong, which we know it has been, it could be that the database is wrong in this branch thing. That there maybe is a branch. But surely for the first one, they would have picked something easy, right? Surely. Okay, let's look at SVA. Because SVA... No, but SVA would be for independent former. Socks, VTuber agency. There is one... I think we already checked this one, though. There is one person who had left the company. And we already checked Innis. And she's too new. V4 Mirai is too new. They came out in 2022? I think it was 2022. 2024. No, hold up. This is missing people. This is missing people. Oh, no, I get... Yeah, 2023. Okay. That was close. But still too new. Also, yeah, the Surya Maiko debuting as part of Gen 1 and then re-debuting in Gen 5 was a bit of a question mark. But, I mean, I guess if you're the only person left in your gen, I guess it makes sense. Or, like, it could make sense. But yeah, that was too old. Or that's too new, rather. Voice Ore. Mike Neko is too new. Or, no, but she's Japanese, so that doesn't count. You know, I'm wondering, because let's go ahead and reset this. Maybe reset it here. For example, there are some unexpected things like Iris being called American in the database. So I wonder if this is somewhat misleading. But then again, somebody who streams only on Twitch and only speaks English is very likely to be actually American, so I don't know. Alright, let's open up some of these ones that we haven't actually opened up yet. Production Kawaii, we said, is too new, because Production Kawaii came out 2022, was it? 2021? 2021. And we're looking for somebody, we're looking for someone who predates. Okay, no, so it has to be an indie who went into a corpo and then left the corpo again. There aren't a lot of people who's done that. Or at least shouldn't be a lot of people. It narrows it down, or at least it should narrow things down. Presumably. Because we said glitch stars, but also glitch stars, former glitch stars. We already checked all these. It can't be that. Globey didn't have any adopts. So we're basically looking for adopts here. Tia, welcome in. Been lurking since the stream began, couldn't chat and only figured out why that was. I wonder why that is. But yeah, glad to see you here. This is proving to be pretty difficult. Kamishirita was from Prison Project, so she's too new. Mythic talent, which we already said from this list. We don't have anyone who really fits here because they're all either indies. They start off as indies, or they were Bishoujo, which has a branch, or yeah, sure, whatever. Not saying it's too embarrassing, but hi. Yeah, that's fine. I know for me, I have accidentally opened a tab in a private browsing window and then wondered why I couldn't chat because of course I'm not logged in. But yeah. Well, whatever happens, you know, I'm sure it happens. Mythos is too new. They didn't have any adopts. Nekobaku is Japanese. Nexus is too new. Niji Sanji has no adopts, also branches. No talents. Has not had more than one gen. Sayu. Yeah, no, I don't think that's it. Opera GX doesn't have gens. Space Connect has branches. Pixel Link has not had any adopts. Prison Project. Actually, Prison Project did have an adopt. Wait a minute. They did have adopts. And this is more than Gen 1. And this doesn't have branches. So now we just have to figure out which of these debuted before HoloLive English. Which might be none of them. And hold on, we're looking for somebody who's before July 2020. This is after July 2020. I was saying all this time that you must be one of the best suited people I know to play this. Voted in your poll, and you voted in your only poll earlier for watching. Oh, voted in your poll earlier for only watching a few VTubers. Yeah. My audience for does feel like the from what I've heard, it does only tend to watch either just me or a few VTubers. There are very few who watch as many as I do. Wait, talk about, yeah, no worries. I figured out what you meant. Prison Project would have been good for that though, because they did do adopts. Actual, hold up. Amaris Yuri, but she's also no longer active, so it doesn't count. Production Quiet didn't have any adopts. Project F did not adopt. SBA is all adopts, but also the only one whose former is Innis. SCP did not adopt. Cinderia is gone. We already checked everyone here. They would have been the only one, I think, to predate Hololive English, but doesn't count. V did it. I think we already checked. V and U did not adopt. V Formulae did not adopt. V Alert is too new and did not adopt. Varium is Japanese. I think Varium is Japanese. Well, yeah, they're also too new. V is Japanese, Vic is Japanese, Vikano is... I don't know, but I think they're Japanese. Yes. You can kind of tell which ones are the Japanese ones. Voice Order is Japanese, Vaughn's Project is Japanese, V Reverie is too new, also did not adopt. B Shoujo is largely adopts, but they had branches. Vispo, I don't think adopted, but also Vispo has branches, and then WME. Tarakan. Former V Shoujo though, that doesn't count. Limes did not debut in a gen. Why is this so hard? Oh wait a minute, hold on. 3AM. 3AM has gens. Why did I just completely overlook this one? Like Koki, I think might actually be old enough. VB might actually be old. Oh, no, hold up. We're looking for these four. We're looking at these four. Olivia Monroe feels like she might be old enough. But she might have also been an answer in a later date, so I don't think so. But yeah, former 3AM is absolutely a possibility here. So we're looking at these four here. One of them I think does predate Hololive English, possibly. No, it would have been Issa Corva, and she's in December. However, Olivia Monroe, December. We know they're part of a unit. They're part of some sort of unit here because this is an X. Man. Astroline. The only former one here, Nick Nocturne, is a guy. Chrome Shift actually did have adopts. But it would have only been Chikafuji Lisa. And we already know that she started a little bit too late. I think. Yeah, 2021. Everyone else here. Hold up. No, I'm pretty sure Katarina Kitty is too new. She was part of the original Idol HE, but I think Idol HE was after Hololive English. Yeah, 2022. Same thing with Nikki Ray. And then Rin Penrose is for the EN branch. Crunchyroll only had one VTuber. First stage production. There's only have one here. Also a guy. GX Plus. Had multiple gens. But also, I think they count as former indies. Because we had looked at Hime Hajime earlier, right? Because we saw this, we saw GX Plus. I'm pretty sure that was. Oh, no, they still count as indies. Okay, so this is on the table now. Giri, I think it's too new. 2021. Emery Chu is old enough for the... Maybe not, never mind. It's too new. Ariel 2022 2023. Unfortunate. Okay, so that's wait a minute, hold on. Merriweather is a guy, never mind. Hazumi is too new. Piper, I think, is too new. Ah, welcome in. I actually don't... How do I pronounce your name? I've never actually thought about it. Because I never had to do that. Yeah, you're way too new. And we already know it's not anyone from Hololive. Not anyone from Hollow Stars. Neil. I'm like A the astrologer. Okay, I'll just call you A then. Who are you? French. Oh yeah, no, I remember seeing this person before. 2024. No, who are you is directed at the person I was looking at. You know, there's somebody. It's somebody who is an indie in this large list of 488 VTubers. It's a little bit less than that because that number also includes the former VTubers here. But also, I want to point out here, Jelly Hoshiyumi is counted as a former indie. That is not true. Not as Jelly Hoshiyumi, anyway. I mean, yes, she's part of Phase Invaders, but not under that persona. Vivi is not old. No, not old enough. Because I knew Vivi was 2020, just didn't know exactly where. Really? Too many VTubers mostly stick to my relatively small subset. Yeah, most people here do. I've been into VTubers since Kizuna Ai in 2016, 2017, and then fell off for a while, and then got back in after like just after Hololive English debuted. So I've been in the scene for quite a while. Since Kizuna Ai, yeah. I stopped because I didn't really like the directions that she was going with getting into music and whatnot. And none of the other VTubers that were around at the time really clicked with me. And then also I kind of felt pathetic for watching an anime girl vlogging. I don't know if I can explain that, but that's how I felt. So I stopped watching for a bit. But yeah, and then I got back into VTubers, and after I found a clip of Gura singing Bakumitai soon after debut. Stock, because I didn't understand the language and Hololive was quite overwhelming. Yeah, that's fair. Even now, actually, just if you're focusing only on the English talents, Hololive is still pretty overwhelming. They haven't come out with a new English gen in quite a while, though. Maybe we'll see one soon. Yeah, I did soft keep up with the evolution of things of sorts. Yeah, for me, I do keep a pulse on the general happenings. Even though I don't watch Hololive as much anymore, I find they're a bit too high energy for me. The more time goes on, the more I feel like I gravitate towards more chill VTubers. Yeah, not entirely sure why. Okay, I don't know. Do we just roll? Because rolling means that we're likely to hit an indie with so many indies in the roster. But it's also going to be likely somebody who's way too new. Miss Kaguya Luna. Yeah, I checked out Kaguya Luna. Of course we end up with a Hololive VTuber. I'm going to roll again. I know... and again, we get another Hololive. One more. And we get another corpo. Yeah, Kaguya Luna was one of the ones I found out. One of the other. I think, yeah, Kaguya Luna, I think, was the next one I found out about after Kizuna Ai, because she had collabed with Kizuna Ai. And then I probably found out about Shiro afterwards. Yeah, I think that's how that went. She Pimaru now and doing herself, but you missed that era. Yeah, I think her company ended up doing her dirty or something. Which is unfortunate, but I'm glad she's doing well for herself. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. So we have somebody from Gen 3. This doesn't make any sense. There aren't a lot of... Okay. I need to rule out face connect here. I need to roll a face connect here because I have a feeling the database might be wrong. Why is this unknown one Gen 3 at Independence? My leading theory is that they were an adopt. So they were independent, and then they got into a corpo and then left the corpo. So they're now indie. Or possibly they started off as a corpo who debuted in a Gen 3. But there aren't any VTuber agencies that fit that bill, I don't think. Okay, I need to rule out face connect. Okay, good. So the database is at least correct in that sense. Who is this? Oh, we can at least see if it's a mammal. Okay, well, let's find a dog. Let's find a dog in the Indies. Zerber pup is. I mean, she's too new, but at least we can see if they're... Okay, so we are looking for a mammal. Specifically. I have never heard of Apartment 103. Who is this? What even is Apartment 103? No, hold on. That's right. It's 3. So it is 3 a.m. It's Isa Corva. But I thought you were too new. We ruled her out because she was too new. Oh, hold on, wait. Isa Corva is not a mammal. But also, 3 a.m. talents are not in... Do they count as indies? Oh, it's got to be Snuffy. Okay. I think this was a misunderstanding on my part because I had expected 3 a.m. to not be indies, but I guess they do count as indies. Alright, Snuffy it is. Alright. I don't actually know a whole lot about Snuffy. I think I've gotten raided into her once. Or possibly twice. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot. Let's see. Oh, she's currently live. And I have 1.8 channel point, 1.8k channel points. So I've been in there for a little bit. I haven't really watched her much though. We are at 4 hours. Well, I wasn't expecting to go through all of these. I don't know. I feel like doing maybe one more. We'll see. June 21 is up next. So at least this is one that I have done. I think. Well, it must have been because it's June. It's late June. All right. So we are looking at somebody who is active, somebody who is before 2023 in a corpo in Gen 2. Not American, but is an English speaker only. Streams likely to YouTube if they're corpo, which does have a branch. I'm gonna say Hololive. Hololive English in Gen 2. We're looking at Promise here. Somebody who's still active. It's only one of these people. Crony. Crony, because I don't know if they count her as being able to speak Japanese. Okay. Alright. We're looking at Phase Connect. Possibly. And Phase Connect. Phase Dash Connect. Go for another 30 minutes and you can do the newest one. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can do that. You know, let's do that. All right, Phase Connect Gen 2, which is this one. Although I kind of doubt that it would be. All right, Remy I don't think it's monolingual. Irie speaks Korean. Sheena speaks Japanese. Hime speaks Chinese. Arena, I think, they're all they all speak multiple languages, I think. I think Remy also speaks Chinese. Wasn't she part of the Chinese class stream that Urtica hosted? Okay, so it might not be Face Connect. Okay, so we have other Gen 2s though. Other Gen 2s that have the EN branch. So we're looking at Niji Sanji, which also don't have a lot of people in it. There's only three VTubers in Niji Sanji and Gen 2. Two of which have graduated. But Petra can also speak Chinese. So it's not her. So it's not Niji Sanji. We have... So it's not somebody who's a current indie. That doesn't mean that they weren't indie at some point. Which means Project Kawaii is on the table. Or Production Kawaii, sorry. Is on the table because we do have 2nd gen. I don't think either of these are in the database. Prison Project is on the table. And I suspect it might be Rita. But it's not American. Whoever this is not American. I'm pretty sure Rita is possibly American. But also not Celestial. Rita is an angel. Also too old. This is in March 2021. Okay, it's not Prison Project. Kawaii could be Kawaii. Lua Asuka, I think, is in the database. Possibly. Speaks English and Japanese, doesn't count. Well, we're looking for somebody who's not currently an indie. But also, hold on. The ones I was looking at don't have any other branches other than EN, so we can't do that. Vispo. Vispo has an EN branch, and has. I don't know if they have more than one EN gen though. Yeah, I didn't think so. They only have one. SVP, Tsundaria. Did we already rule out Bishoujo? Bishoujo doesn't have a Gen 2 for EN. VNU does not have branches. VFormerai does not have branches. VAlure does not have branches. VReverie does not have branches. Bishoujo has branches but no Gen 2 for EN. Vispo we ruled out. WME doesn't count. .3am has gens, but doesn't have branches. They're also all apparently considered indies. Some 7.4 updates. CyberLive, Astroline, Chroma Show. Idle has branches. All right. So if we assume we're looking at only Gen 2, we're looking at only the active members. And you are within range. VSPO Ian is a bit of a special case. They initially debuted 3, then another 2 a while later, then another 1, followed by 1 more shortly after. Okay. I feel like I didn't actually see that, but I haven't actually been keeping up with VSPO Ian. Well, good to know. Good to know. I wonder what that looks like in the database. Okay, I have a suspicion that this one is very likely somebody from Idle. But TBD on who it is. We know they're not American, they're not Canadian, but they only speak English. That rules out Poco, that rules out Roka. Roka speaks Dutch, Poco speaks a couple languages here and there. The only one who's still active is Mia Melonia, who I think might be monolingual. Are you under your old name, Momo Otaku? Did I just spell it wrong? Okay, so not Idle. This tells us nothing because that could just be the database being incomplete. Oh, you speak Japanese? Oh, no, I think, yeah, no, I think that might be correct. I think I vaguely remember that. Alright, never mind. But that still leaves us the question of which agency this is. Glitch Stars has Gen 2, but no branches. We know it's not HoloLive, we know it's not Holo Stars, because everyone in Holo Stars counts as HoloLive. At least in this database. There's no one who's independent. Is it Rita? Rita counts as indie though, I think. I mean, it's probably worth a shot just in case. But we did rule her out for various things. I guess she doesn't count as indie. Alright. Yeah, we ruled her out because she was an angel. So we're looking for somebody with white hair, or probably gray hair, because if white hair is 84, then yeah, we're probably looking at gray hair. Also, wait, you stream to Twitch now? I don't know that. Mythos has gens, just no branches. There are only a few. There are not that many VTuber agencies who have EN branches. So this really shouldn't be that hard to find. We already looked at Niji Sanji and determined that they couldn't be. Niji Sanji En. Because there are only 3 of them in Gen 2. And only one of them is active. Also, her hair, yeah, Petra's hair is too dark, but also she speaks Chinese. It's not all alive. We already saw that here. I am at the end of the list again. We ruled out... We did not rule out Phase Connect. Well, we ruled out Phase Connect on the basis of everyone being multilingual. But I suppose that might be an assumption that that we shouldn't be making. Rita rated into you once? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's always fun to find well-known VTubers rating into to people you know. Am I mistaken and Remy just doesn't speak another language? Because out of the people here, this is the only one that fits. Okay, okay, it's somebody from Phase Connect. And that means it's Mari En. Did we already do this one? We already had Mari. Did I click on the wrong thing? Because the only one who's... Actually, no, that's not true. Ember also fits. This is probably Ember. Right, because there is a Gen 2 of... what is it? There's 2 separate Gen 2s in Phase Connect. There's Gen 2 in Alias... Or sorry, there's Gen 2 in the main branch, and then there's Gen 2 of Invaders. Yeah, Ember counts as Gen 2 in this case, because if this is... The database considers this as Gen 1. And so we have Ember here as Gen 2. Okay. No. No, alright. This is Jelly. Oh no, Lumi? Right, it's somebody who's not American. There are only 2 other VTubers here. I'm on April 21st. You know what? That would make sense. Not June 21st. Not that it really matters though. Because the whole point of this was just to make sure that we got some randomization, and I don't think I ended up doing April 21st, so this is probably better anyway. Okay, but we only have... So now we just have to think about whether this is Lumi or if this is Jelly. And I think Lumi's hair fits better. We could check the Zodiac. But at this point, I feel like we should just... Hold up. It's not Lumi, because she is celestial, so it must be Jelly. Jelly is an alien. Aha! Big fan of Jelly. We do have some projects ongoing that relate to her on this channel. Oh yeah, April 21. Good to know. Might forward this over to some of the other Jelly fans. Without saying anything, of course, because otherwise I would spoil things. We still got a bit of time before midnight rolls over, so let's do another one. I may as well do June 21 that we were supposed to do. Alright, we got a lot of hints for this one. It was just confusing me since it did not match up on my end. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Alright, so we're looking at JP, Japanese, and something else. Female humanoid. It may be worth looking at Hololive. There are a bunch of other Japanese what's it? A lot of other Japanese corpos, but out of Gen, well, we do have a few gens to look through. Pretty much everyone in Gen 0, or no, actually that's not true. There's a bunch of them who aren't humanoid in Gen 0. Suisse is one of the I think I said Hololive does not do adopts, but Suisse is actually the one adopt that Hololive had. Suisse used to be an indie who I don't know if I want to say pestered her way into Hololive, but she was particularly persistent. Okay, somebody with dark hair, because this is dark, which actually mostly leaves Sora, but I don't remember Sora being an answer here. We'll do it anyway. Oh, actually, hold on. It's somebody who speaks Japanese. Oh, did I click something? I think I accidentally clicked something. June 21 was it? Or June 23? Or June 21. Did I accidentally do it here? No, I didn't. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there. You know what it is? I also didn't click June 21. I clicked May 21. I guess we're doing May 21. All right. So yeah, I don't think it's Sora, because I don't think she speaks more than Japanese, but we're going to try to eliminate Hololive. Never mind. We're not eliminating Hololive. It is somebody from Gen 0. Who speaks English? Yeah, probably Azuki, isn't it? Is Azuki humanoid? I think she is. Would be the only one I think that fits. Yeah, there we go. We still have time. I think we can actually do June 21 now. Koki. We're looking at probably an indie. Probably a full indie, actually. Who is old. Likely either is around the same time as Hololive English or predates Hololive English. Somebody who streams to both YouTube and Twitch, and speaks more than English than something else. Not American. Female. I don't know if that's enough to go off of. But mint. Did we say light hair? Well, we go light hair, yeah. Somebody who's older than that. Hold up. Was this one of the ones that I struggled with? I feel like this might have been one of the ones that I struggled with. I still ended up getting this in 5, I think, or so. Oh yeah, not American, right. Alright, are you Canadian? Yui, I think, is too new. 2023. Again, there's way too many VTubers here. Both YouTube and Twitch though, so English. Midi. It doesn't speak just English. I think she speaks Portuguese as well. But I need to narrow down this. This is another one I failed to get. Yeah, I remember getting this one. I just don't remember who it was, because I remember I guessed a bunch of old VTubers. No, she's too new. But there are only a few VTubers that match this profile. Because if you're getting down to this old, you don't have a lot. You don't have a lot of people. Now the problem is remembering who is this old. And now that the list is much larger than it was before too, it means it's a lot more people to sift through in this list of indies. Because again, full indies means that you are going to have to go through a list of 488, well, a little bit less than 488, but still around that number, and sift through all the people here. Juby, it depends if they counted her as Sachio, or if they included her time as Sachio, but I don't think they do. But also, I don't remember Doobie being the answer for this one either, so a little bit of metagaming here. Once again, just a lot of names. A lot of names. I'm not seeing anyone here. It's also, we had guessed a bunch of people who are old in the past. I'm trying to remember who they might have been. I will say though, I think I mentioned this early in the stream, but Lily Pichu's on here. And she counts as 2011. So that's something to keep in mind for this if you ever need it. It's somebody who streams to both YouTube and Twitch. Rye is old. I don't know if she's old enough. A little bit newer than Midi, okay. Okay, hold on. Well, what language are we looking at here? So it's not English and Japanese, it's English and something else. We haven't hit that something else yet. Artemis of the Blue post dates Hololive English. Are we actually looking at somebody who is... Okay, hold on. So if it's not Japanese, or it could be English, Japanese, and something else, that's still a possibility. Actually, no, it can't be, because we don't have the intersection here. It's still English and something else that's not one of these languages. Shizuko is possibly old enough. July. You're a little bit too new. But also, I think I might need her for narrowing down anyway. Because we don't have anyone from the UK. So it might be worth looking at. Not someone from the UK. Also, wait a minute. Both YouTube and Twitch, that means YouTube, Twitch, and probably Twitter, which is not useful. And we still don't have a hair color. Soyapoya is no longer active. Shrine Cuddles is part of VLR, and actually... No, maybe I shouldn't say that on stream. I think the only thing I'll say about that is I find her circumstances to be quite amusing. And we've once again reached the end of the list. Ushio Ebi, I think it's 2021. No, just very, very late 2020. Ushio Ebi, I found through Crazy Ollie from Hololive. I think she tweeted something that mentioned her. The Ollie tweeted something that mentioned Ebi. I used to show up for some of her Mario Kart streams. I don't think she's done one of those recently. Valencia Seeker is too new. Waifu Baby might be too new. July 30. Yeah. Waifu Baby is old, but not old enough for what we need. Uniho, I think it was 2021. Oh no, apparently not. But still too new for what we need. All right, we go down the list again. It really should not be this hard to find a name that I recognize as as old. And especially since I've already done this one. And I remember actually solving this. Charlotte Suzu is former corpo. Alicia is part of Project Hawaii. Hotel VAs. Do we have any Canadians here? I suppose it's worth looking at. Okay, so Cottontail VA, I don't think is the answer. Especially since she would count as a rabbit and rabbits are mammals. But I need to check if they're Canadian. Not Canadian. But it's Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, whatever that means. Bird. Oh, it's this one. Okay, no, I remember this one. Sully, welcome in. Not going by country, like try Jinja or something. Who is Jinja? I don't think I've ever heard of them actually. I'll have to look them up. Okay, I'm cheating a little bit because I remember now from this bird thing that it is Aoteru. This took me quite a while to get on my first run. But yeah, there you go. April 16, 2020. She is old. But who is Jinja? Female German goat VTuber currently oh, leitmotif, I see. Yes. I didn't think leitmotif was on here, but I guess she is the only one that's on here. It makes sense. Now, this was the one I was thinking of when Birds mentioned I wouldn't have been able to produce her name. Yeah, had I not played this day already in the past, I don't think I would have either. I actually don't remember how I got her. Because I must have because I ended up actually solving this one. But yeah, there it is. All right, so we were trying to stall until midnight, and it is now midnight. We're going to go ahead and do today's. Or not that one. July 3, 2026. On today's Friday. Alright, so if you don't want to get spoiled by today, you probably shouldn't look. Or you should try to do it faster than I can. Somebody who's still active. 2022 or afterwards. No Jen. Oh no, great. We're looking at another indie. Humanoid, female, Twitch only. Probably, because it could be Twitch and Twitter, but nobody does that. Okay, I think I'm going to need another role, because indie with these is pretty much anyone. Oh, English and something else. Could be Canadian. Humanoid. I feel like I have somebody in mind, but I can't quite get it. Meeting string to go attempt. Alright, good luck. I guess can't actually hear me. Good luck. I think I'm gonna roll. I feel like I should know. I feel like I have an idea for what this is, but I think I'm gonna need to roll. Alright, no, we do have Canadian and something else. Who do we get that was Canadian Korean? We had somebody earlier who was Canadian Korean. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look in our past ones. I think it might have been the May. Not May. Was it the June, the April 21? And we had a Canadian Korean. Crony? No, that doesn't count. It's not Crony. So we got a humanoid who is Canadian and something else, who speaks English and something else, probably Japanese. Streams only to Twitch. Who's an indie, who is active 2021. I would have said Onigiri, but she doesn't fall under humanoid, and she also doesn't fall under fully independent anymore. Because she's part of GX, whatever the thing is. Onigiri Korean? No, she was, I'm pretty sure she's Chinese. I think she was Chinese, or she's Chinese. But she was also Canadian up until, I mean, I don't know what they count her as now, because she moved to Japan. Was it last year or was it the year before? I think it might have been the year before. Oh, but yeah, you're right. It could be somebody who speaks just another language. Could be Chinese. After 2022. Do I roll again? Doki Bird, I think, is too popular. Also, I think she also streams to YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, so that can't be her. Doki Bird is Canadian though, and she does speak a second language, and is fully independent. But also, I think Doki Bird might be too old for this too, so never mind. Yui comes to mind again, but I think she might have already been an answer in one of the previous ones. Because she is Canadian. She is fully independent. What is the white thing? Which white thing? We're talking about this. This one's the hair color. Oh, but we can't actually. Oh, it can't be. Can't be Yuri because she's. Her hair is too white. Okay, so we're looking for somebody with darker hair. Because if it's not this light, then it has to be somebody with darker hair. Alright, who do we know that is dark hair, who is a humanoid, speaks multiple languages, and is Canadian? "47 could more or less fit her current model." Who's 47? Aqua is Canadian, but her hair is too light. Oh, 47% dark. Who's current model? Yui. No, I'm using some meta strategies here because I think she was already an answer in a previous in a previous day. But also, oh, hold on. No, she is definitely new enough for this. She was 2023. She streamed to YouTube now? Yeah, it's dual streaming now. Okay. One of the things I've learned through playing this is that a lot of VTubers who I thought were Twitch only are also dual streaming. Seems to be fairly common these days. Is Ornigiri dual streaming? Yes, she is. Has been for quite a while now. But also, Onigiri is not humanoid. Dewey is a construct. Dewey actually got a new model 5 months ago, and I didn't realize. I mean, I don't really keep up with her, but yeah, no longer has the Pixel one, and now she has this one. But also she's not Canadian, so I don't think this one counts. 2022? I thought she was a lot newer than that. Interesting. Sayu is technically Canadian. I think she counts as American. Is she partially Canadian? Well, she wouldn't count under independent though, because she was part of Noah Talents, so that would count against her in this one here. Although I am a little bit interested in seeing what the database says. I think she counts as American in the database. American Japanese. Makes sense. There really are not a lot of people who are Canadian and something else here, but I again, going through 500 VTubers, it's quite a lot. Oh, Fuzuki Miki is Canadian, and she's she might be too old actually. Fuzuki Miki, but also I think she might just be Canadian only. Yeah, she's too old for this. Her platform is also YouTube, isn't she? Yeah, Sayu is dual streaming. Also Miki, I think, as well. Yeah. She is dual streaming. She's live now. Apparently she's not dual streaming at the moment. Okay, well apparently I'm not following her on Twitch either. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Following her on YouTube and not on Twitch. I may not have realized that she was on Twitch. Girl DM is a cat girl, so she counts as mammal, not human. Also, isn't Girl DM associated with some sort of units? No, actually, that might be someone else. That might be Rose. I might be thinking Rose Doodle. And Rose Doodle is not in this database for some reason. Haruka is former V Shoujo, so that doesn't count. Hazumi is a lion. Imibisu is former Violure. Issa Corva is also former Corpo. Karuna is not human. Fate Lovely Momo is she Canadian? Definitely human, I think. Oh no, but you also streamed on YouTube, so that yeah, she dual streams, I think, so that doesn't count. She's super married to Northern Ireland, yeah. I had looked at her I looked at her YouTube page not knowing who she was, and then I noticed that she was collabing with Northern Lion in a lot of the videos, and then later on I found out that she was married to Northern Lion. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Who else do we have here? I feel like I'm definitely missing. Hold up. Oh no, okay. I was also thinking of Ugu Bear, who is not in this database. She counts as both American and Canadian, but also she's a bear. Maple Winters. I think it's Canadian only. I don't know what she counts as. I think she counts as humanoid in this database. Do I know any Canadian Chinese? I probably do. None come to mind though. But that is a good point. It could be somebody who's Canadian Chinese. Hold on. I am a little bit curious to see what Maple Winters is here. I think she counts as humanoids. Even though she's a leaf. Oh, she's an elf. Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. Melty Mim, who was already an answer. Mercy Modiste is former violeur. Follower count is pretty high. It is a little bit on the higher side for an indie, yeah. So it has to be a name that's fairly well known. It's a pretty big range though. We don't really know anything yet. Miss Lala, I think is American. Actually, maybe not American, maybe something else, but I don't think Canadian is, I don't think she's Canadian. Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico counts as American. I already talked about Geary. Olivia Monroe, I think, was an answer previously, but also a former corpo. I think. Anyway, in any case, not pure indie, so. And then we near the end of the list again. Pillow Deer. I think is American. Also might speak only one language. How would non-pure indie look like in this interface? So if we're looking at, for example, I think we already have one here. If it were not pure indie, it would have yellow like this, because then it would be indie and something else. So for example, if it's someone in Mythic Talent, it'd be indie and then Mythic Talent. Or if there's somebody who was former corpo, it'd be like this. Indie and V shoujo, and then they'd have possibly a gen attached to it or a branch. That's the clue you would use for that. But in this case, we have just a pure indie. There's never been an corpo. Yeah, it's never been in a corpo. However, the database can be wrong because, for example, Iku Hoshifuri is counted as a pure indie, but you also have Hoshifuri Iku, who is correctly identified as former prison project. So there are some inconsistencies in the database, and sometimes what you see might not be correct. However, I think in this case I mean, obviously I don't know who this is, but I have a hunch that it is probably correct. Randon is American, also a guy. Rima Evanstar is Canadian. Doki is pure indie, but she's not humanoid. Rima Evanstar is a mammal, so she doesn't count. Rose Doodle is a cat. I think. Rose Doodle's a cat, right? But also, she's part of Ichiban, so that already is not pure indie. Yeah, she's a cat. Rosary is American. Rai, I think, is American. In before we have somebody who is American and Canadian. Hold up, wait a minute. I was gonna say Shachi counts as both American and Canadian in this database, I think, but also she's not. She also streams to Twitch, or sorry, streams to YouTube, so she doesn't count here. And she predates 2022. But if it's human, what's that like? So this. Oh, actually, yeah, good point. It's a specific type of human. I don't know exactly what the specific types are. So I don't really pay attention too much to this square, but it means it's some sort of specific human. Okay, I am a little bit interested in seeing what Shachi's database entry here looks like, because I think, yeah, she counts as American and Canadian, but she wouldn't be for this one because she's too old and she streams to YouTube. But she otherwise fits. Otherwise. Saba is American. Yuzu is already a previous answer. Can you scroll through the name list slowly? Alright, let's go through it from the top. Actually, if you want to try this out yourself, you can go through here, and then if you look at this icon here, the book, you go to find the indies. They should all be in here. This is where we got the list from. So yeah, I think it's probably better for you to scroll through that on your own. Tanya is South African. We had Clea earlier, but also I don't think she's Canadian. You are part of Atelier Live too, so that also doesn't count. Also too old? 2020. Lily Pichu counts as American. Luca Jin. Do you? No, I think you are also 2021. Oh, wait, hold on. Luca Jin also dual streams to YouTube, I think. Possibly. No, I guess not. Okay. Oh, but 2021 is too old anyway. We're looking for somebody who is 2022 or later. No, I already said it couldn't be Maple Winters. Do I just roll again and see if we get, Okay, hold on, but we know it's not somebody who's American. Do we start looking for somebody who is Chinese? Because we do have one Chinese person here. Q-chan 9 is Chinese. Not Canadian, but worth checking out for narrowing, I think. Or possibly, I don't know. Is it even worth doing that? Who's Canadian and something else? Toffee. Why do I feel like you might be Canadian? But, no, you're new, but that's fine because we also need somebody who's new anyway. But not humanoid. Ichan is American. Waifu Baby is too old. Alright, I think we're going to try to rule out, try to probe here and see if Chinese is one of the languages or one of the... I think I might be thinking the wrong person. I am thinking the wrong person. Well, apologies. That's not who I was thinking of, but at least we have a bit more of a thing here. Who was the one who was Chinese? Well, we can see about ruling out. We can see about ruling out. What is this? Korean. There was one Chinese agency here, and I don't remember who it was. But alright, let's rule out Korean. Okay. That gives us a little bit of information. We have somebody who speaks Korean, English, and Japanese, and is Canadian Korean. Crony is Canadian Korean, but it's not her. Kenbishi Saya is not on here. Alright, that gives us a little bit more information, but I don't know who speaks Korean. Or rather, I don't know of an indie who speaks Korean. She's huge too, yeah, that's the thing. So, 45K on Twitch is kind of yeah, whatever the ending of that is. Mino, no, I don't think she's Korean. I don't remember her being Korean. I think she speaks Korean because she learned it, but also she's not in the database anyway. So, did I forget? No, she's active. Mira Celesta, because she. Oh, but she's not Canadian anyway. Also, she's former corpo. Wouldn't have worked. Berrybug. But Berrybug counts as former corpo, because the Beasties counts as former V Shoujo in this database. I do not recognize any of these names. Oh, hey, Gosugu. I haven't heard this name in a while. She's known for having had interactions with, or was being a big fan of Kiara, Takanashi Kiara from Hololive. I think they ended up doing a collab at some point. Oh no, it was because of the VTuber awards. The first VTuber awards or something like that. Who is Canadian here? And no, they're definitely female. Jira's Vispo. Yeah, I can't say I'm too familiar with the Vispo members. Oh yeah, and we've hit the end of the list again. Lovely Moyo. I assume you mean Lovely Momo? No, actually maybe not. But is oh, she is new. And she is Canadian. I'm going to assume the database is just wrong here, unless I'm wrong in thinking that she dual streams. Okay, yeah, maybe the database is just wrong here, because it could be. Alright, well there it is. Once again, misled by the database, but there it is. I said earlier in the stream that somebody needs to go through this data and normalize and fact check all the stuff, but I can understand why somebody wouldn't want to do that, because it's over Well, the indies list alone is 488. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna tell YouTube chat that we solved it. So I know that there's at least one person there who was trying to solve it on their own. And now I can go copy this and paste it in various places. Because it is the one for today. Alright. Alright, well I think that's it then. This game is fun. It's also very hard. If you want to try it for yourself, you can go ahead and do that. It is a daily game, so there is a new challenge every day. And yeah, just share in the frustration of the times when the database is incorrect, like today. All right, that is that. Tomorrow, since we actually have a schedule for this week, tomorrow is going to be piano improv. This is going to be a charity stream or fundraising for Direct Relief, who is doing our charity drive is specifically for diabetes care and providing diabetes supplies for people who need it, and possibly in harder to reach areas. Several, come in. The dev, by the way, I just wanted to pop and say thanks for playing our game. Sorry, database inconsistencies. I'll try to iron these out. I'd like to add you to the game if you'd like. You just need your debut date and stuff. Yeah, sure. I'd be honored, actually. Debut date. Actually, if you want, I can send it here after the stream. But yeah, debut date would be October 16, 2023. If that's all you need. But yeah, I can send all the stuff here and submit a response. But yeah, thanks for making this game. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely, we'll continue playing this. Let me get a shout out here. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing piano improv. It's charity stream. This is part 4, I think, of our charity drive. Yeah, because there's a bunch of us doing this all week with vtubLE and a few others. I think today was Poisson. Tomorrow is going to be. Why am I trying to do this off memory? I can just. Twitter.com/vtubLE. Let me do this. Yeah, this is the schedule for that one. We do have tomorrow Scientific Yapping by Sidra, and then later on in the evening is piano improv with me. And I do have some rewards to help incentivize donations. So $1 will give me the chords to improv over, and then $2 can get the recording for the stream with no interruptions. So that's without any talking, without any of the pauses. And then $10 gets you 100% off the entire Ko-fi shop. Let me bring that up too. Where you have 24 hours of piano improv. Plus this, but this one's already free. And speaking of that one, we do have a cover that just came out some hours ago. It is a cover of Having Buhai by Afterimage on the Melodica. And go check that out. And get your tissues ready, because it is a bit emotional. Alright, I think that's about it. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. It's been a while since I've streamed properly, I think, but I think that's about it. Oh, right, Discord. Anyone who wants to join the Discord, we do have one there. I think this would fall under puzzle games, probably. So if you want to post your VTUBLE scores, we can definitely set up a thread for that. Okay, I think that's it. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find something to raid. YouTube, if the person I find is dual streaming, we'll also send you there. Yeah, I guess I mentioned the code. No, actually, we'll save that for tomorrow. Because I want you to donate to the thing instead of spending money on me, at least for this week. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you next time. Bye. All right. It's kind of hard to find people to raid when you're in this kind of category. So I think we'll just go ahead and raid from the friends list. Let's go. Who's also not in the database actually. YouTube, she's not dual streaming, so we're gonna call it there. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you tomorrow. Twitch. I had a choice between two people, but I think I haven't rated this one in a while. So we'll go ahead and say hello to Floof. She is doing art, doing work on her customizable model, and actually using the customizable model at the moment for her own avatar. She usually looks different, but today she's pulled out the model and pulled out some mouse ears. This is the raid message. If you'd like to participate, you can go ahead and copy that and paste it when we get there. And if you have points, you should redeem the duck. You should redeem the quack. No reason. Okay. Thank you for all coming, and enjoy the arts. I'll see you next time. Bye. Also, yeah, when the model is out, you should definitely go consider getting that if you're looking for a model. All right, bye.